my goodness, 98? Whoa.
Bishop G5 was mate.
No way.
He has to give it. Mate. He blew it mate.
Chance, rook F7. Oh, whoa, no! No! No!
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Gukesh Masterpiece. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Hello and welcome to the penultimate day of Norway Chess, where the Americans Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura dominate the race for the crown. There are, however, 4 other contenders all vying for a very remote chance of glory. Who managed to use the rest day to refuel their energy and who is feeling the fatigue? We'll find out today, so stay tuned. I'm your host, International Master Ivan Kahauska, and as always, it's been a wonderful pleasure to be calling all the action alongside the legendary Grandmaster Judith Polgar and the amazing Grandmaster and commentator David Howell. Oh, guys, it's been an eventful tournament, and on Tuesday we saw that there were 2 clear contenders for first place. So Fabiano Caruana is in the lead. Do you think, Judith, he will maintain his advantage? Well, his lead.
Well, it's one thing that he has a 2-point lead in the tournament. Of course, this is fantastic, 2 to go. But I would still probably bet on him that he's able to keep his lead because he plays extremely well. And I believe he's the most stable player in the tournament.
And Hikaru is chasing down Fabiano Caruana. 2-point deficit. Can Hikaru catch up?
Well, it's good news for Hikaru Nakamura, and it's bad news for Hikaru Nakamura. If Hikaru wins, he's right there. He takes it to the final day where he'll get a shot. He plays against Fabiano with the white pieces. The bad news for him, if he doesn't win today, then it's all in Fabiano's hands. Fabiano can actually wrap up the tournament with a round to spare.
Oh, well, let's have a recap of Tuesday's results. Remember, yesterday was a free day and it was a very eventful day on Tuesday. First of all, Fabiano Caruana lost his Armageddon game against Gukesh. And for Magnus Carlsen, it was a tale of the woes continuing as he failed to convert a dominating position against Alireza Firouzja. And this means he has now dropped out of contention for first place. And Judith, what were your highlights of that day?
Well, there are two highlights for me. It was Magnus Carlsen versus Firouzja because it was very interesting opening, already starting from move 3, that there are surprising moves arised on the board. So that was a big clash with a lot of ups and downs and great surprises and blunders, I must say. But also there were other games which were very interesting.
Yeah, everything to play for. And for you, David?
Oh, it was just all the Armageddons, Jovanka. Fabiano, of course, just the most impressive, taking a very important win at the end. But yeah, it's just non-stop excitement here at Norway Chess.
And talking about non-stop excitement, let's have a look at the standings. Now, there were two players who did leave Tuesday grinning from ear to ear, and that was Wesley So, who managed to end a drawing run. And with his classical victory, he rockets up to third place with 10.5 points. And there at the top, Fabiano Caruana, he did have a disappointing day as he crashed in the Armageddon game to Gukesh, but he still has a 2-point lead with 14.5 points. And Hikaru Nakamura, he defeated Mamedyarov in a really resplendent Armageddon game. It was fiery. He is 2 points behind with 12.5 points. So everything to play for. And talking about everything to play for, there is going to be a lot of fun to be had because this is Norway Chess. Every day is a treat as we take a look at today's matchups. Now, there are a few matchups that really stand out. The first one is, of course, Mamedyarov against Magnus Carlsen. That one is going to be fiery. And then at the bottom, we have Fabiano Caruana against Wesley So, an all-American matchup. This is huge for the standings. Judith, what else catches your eye?
Well, those are some of the obvious matchups, which you mentioned also, Fabiano and Hikaru. But I will be also curious to see how Mamedyarov and Magnus Carlsen will be playing it out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and for me, it's Alireza Firouzja against Anish Giri. Both of them have that small, tiny chance of winning the tournament if they win both of their remaining classical games. And they both, therefore, in a must-win situation, will be going for each other.
Yeah, in a must-win situation. And when it comes to Norway Chess, winning is the name of the game because Norway Chess has a very unique fighting format. A 10-player single round robin, 120 minutes for the entire game. Sounds like a lot, it really isn't. And this is the twist. There will be a 10-second increment added after move 40. And in the case of a draw, Armageddon will break the tie. It will be 3 points awarded for a classical win and 1.5 points for an Armageddon win. And of course, it's fighting chess, so no draw offers before move 30. And here come the players. Here we see Wesley So getting lined up to meet Fabiano Caruana. Wesley in third place, and he has a tiny chance of actually winning the tournament if the results work his way. And by working his way, he needs to secure a classical victory against Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces.
Absolutely, this is his way of doing it. And of course, the rivals like Nakamura and others, they are very much looking forward to this game as well. Because at this point of the tournament, you don't only watch your own game, but the rivals are really checking very heavily the other games as well.
Mm-hmm. And there we can see Hikaru playing with the black pieces. He's in second place. He needs to beat Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And, well, the track record is in Hikaru's favor.
I see somehow that Nakamura is very stressed. He's nervous. I think he knows it, that this is his chance. He can catch up maybe with Fabiano, or at least if he wins the classical game, then tomorrow it will be in his hands how the outcome of the tournament will be. But I feel something that he's the most nervous at this point in this tournament.
Yeah, we can't forget that Hikaru will have one eye on that Caruana game, because he needs to at least match Fabiano's classical result if he wants to win this tournament tomorrow, if he wants to have any shot at all. So yeah, he'll need to take risks accordingly on how the games develop.
And we shouldn't forget about the fact that also Nodirbek is not in good form. He's in the very bottom of the tournament. He lost in a very bad game against Wesley So in the previous round. So when you play against an opponent, it means who is in bad form. It can be very tricky. And
yeah. And there we can see Gukesh placing off against the tail ender Tari. Things have just not gone Tari's way, and Gukesh has been very impressive, especially when it comes to Armageddons. I think he's won 4 out of his 5 Armageddons against some big names.
Against some big names, and he almost won 5 out of 5. So close to taking down Magnus Carlsen Gukesh with a shot. But here we have our leader, Fabiano Caruana, against his fellow American, Wesley So. And Wesley needs to win today in order to have any chance at all of winning the tournament. So, of course, not going to be easy as black, but maybe it depends on how ambitious Fabiano is feeling.
Well, this is a big question, what kind of opening will be standing on the board just in a few minutes. Because Wesley is a very solid player, right? He is not the kind of guy who wants to be going out and sharpen it out by any means. While Fabiano obviously had to come here today with a clear strategy how he wants to be playing this game. Is he going to be ready to take risk? He just wants to play as if it would be round 3, let's say. Or he's already looking very much toward to the end of the tournament. He wants to make a very solid game. At the same time, it means that the pressure will be there tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. And there we see 2 other players who have a very tiny chance, as David mentioned, of winning the tournament. They do need to win both their classical games. And these 2 are the only ones that I saw actually relaxed before the game. Everyone else, you can really detect the tension in their body language. And here comes Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus, actually one of 2 players who haven't won a classical game so far in Norway Chess. It's the 2 Norwegians, Magnus Carlsen and Tari. So they both need to get motoring today. Magnus out of the running for first prize, but still, of course, wants to end on a high. And Fabiano against Wesley, I think we'll be pressing those clocks any second now.
But don't you think that for Magnus it must be a torture kind of thing to still play on the tournament when he knows that he's not playing and fighting for the first place?
It's a matter of pride. Yeah, as you say, Judith, not that much to play for, but rating points maybe.
Yeah, but he has such a huge lead front of number 2.
And we're off. Handshake. What will Fabiano's first move be? It's 1d4. He's been playing all sorts of openings this tournament, and Judith, before the broadcast, we were saying Fabiano, he's no chicken. He's been playing extremely ambitious openings every round.
Yes, I'm very curious what he has in mind with starting d4.
And what will Wesley play? He tends to keep it solid, okay, opening up with a knight. I've seen these 2 play Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yeah,
Gambit.
That's what he told us. That he plays Queen's Gambit. It's easy. You don't look so many lines as in the Grunfeld. So we are going to see probably a Nimzo or Queen's Indian.
Nimzo on the board. Wow.
If black brings his bishop out to b4.
Exactly, and sure enough, it does.
Yeah, it's on the board. And Fabiano plays e3, one of the most trendy moves right now. How will Wesley react? Will he castle? Will he push a pawn in the center? Yeah, what do you think result-wise? Do you think Fabiano will go all out if he gets a chance? Or do you think he'll just keep it solid, knowing that he can take it to the final day?
Well, I think the best strategy would be, which is very difficult to keep yourself calm, to play a healthy opening, and then if he has the chance, he will go for it. But not necessarily that he wants to create anything special, but it's very important for him not to have this pressure on his mind about the result, that, oh, what will be today, and tomorrow there's a difficult day, or it can be a very challenging match tomorrow. So if he can keep himself calm and focus only on today's game, that's the biggest achievement, I think, for the game, during the game, not to have all these bothering thoughts about tomorrow or the final outcome of the tournament.
Round by round, step by step, move by move. That's the way we climb mountains, Judith. That's the way that these players should be playing.
And what do you think of Fabiano's opening choice? Bishop d2. It's a trendy line, but not the most thematic, I would say. Not the most principled idea.
Yeah, essentially white is saying you will not double my pawns. If you ever take the white knight on c3, then white will recapture with the bishop. So it has a very solid reputation. Maybe, again, as you say, not the most kind of principled, ambitious. It's not challenging white, challenging Wesley's setup here directly, but he's saying, okay, white still has the center, and it's up to black to solve that tension. And here we go, kind of transposing to a hybrid of the Queen's Gambit declined and the Nimzo Indian now. Wesley stakes his claim with d5. And yeah, Judith, I guess this line wasn't too kind of popular back when you were playing.
Well, yeah, bishop d2, I'm not even sure I ever met this move over the board. And I believe it's the solid way of playing, because once you have a3, bishop c3, b3, and the double pawns on the c file, it can be challenging, it can be interesting. White has a great position, but you have to be alert on many different things, and it can be very active. But here I think Fabiano is really taking the solid, calm way, having his pieces on the right square, playing logically and straightforward.
And a principled move on the board. We do see the pawns get captured in the center. This is the standard way of handling any type of Queen's Gambit position when black steps forward with a pawn on b6.
And it was interesting, a moment ago we saw someone kind of block the camera, walk past the camera. It was our fourth commentator. It was Hikaru Nakamura, already showing interest in Fabiano's game. I think that's going to be a theme today. Hikaru, he will be watchful over this one to see how the game unfolds, knowing that he'll have to take risks accordingly.
Exactly, and I think this is an important point, because until this point of the tournament, I don't think any of the players took risk accordingly what was happening on other boards. At the same time, today, it is the case that Nakamura also knows it, that if this game, the classical game, will be drawn, then he will have to make a decision if he's in a situation that he has to go sharp or he goes to a drawish game, then he will have to make a decision how is he going, which direction, and he wants to put all in for tomorrow, that I play with white against Fabiano and I'm going to be winning, or he says that no, I have to try it now to win in the classical.
Yeah.
And talking about Hikaru's game, shall we, whilst Wesley takes a think, shall we pop over and see what kind of opening is on that board?
Yep, so a quiet start to the game between Caruana and Wesley So. How about Abdusattorov against Nakamura? That one has progressed. It's around move 10. It's not the most dramatic opening here, shall we say. It is a Berlin defense. It has stemmed from the rook to e1 variation, which has a reputation of being extremely solid. Judith, I think this is Abdusattorov showing, after a tough tournament, as you mentioned, that he's happy to start solidly with white here.
Yes, we had this position some previous days ago. I don't know who played it exactly. Also went back to e2. And interesting, knight c4, very interesting idea. Black definitely wants to go d5 and develop properly. Just because you play very solid, if you desperately want to make a draw in this position with white, it's not going to be so simple. So I hope for him that he has an idea in his preparation and he knows how he's going to be developing. At the same time, of course, it's a very equalish position. And generally in this system, I was playing it with white, and you struggle how to get a game, something interesting, and not to simplify the pieces, because knight d2 is an obvious move, but you don't want to simply exchange the knights, because after that it's just simply capture and d5, and black is just doing fine. So white always has to try out some things. The thing I'm wondering is that after knight c4, what if b3? Is there some... What is the real idea? Is black going to go back with the knight to a5 and c6?
Yeah, the knight can drop back to a5, back to c6, put some pressure on the d pawn, I guess. Alternatively, after b3, Judith, maybe just knight back to b6, although the knight is a bit silly here, dominated by the b3 pawn.
Well, at the same time, knight c4, I don't know if it was played ever, but maybe it is already a move which Nakamura wants to provoke Nodirbek in the opening, that I make a move which looks suspicious or dubious move, and then you think that you're better and you want to win desperately this game because he's doing badly in the tournament, scoring very little points. Because at this point, especially if you play against the youngsters, then they are not sure whether, okay, should I go for the very solid, just make a draw and go home and finish the tournament as fast as possible? Or you say, no, we have 2 more games to go. Today I'm playing against Nakamura, so I'm going to win against him. And then you really want to show that maybe the tournament is not the way the thing's going for me, but now finally I'm going to show that I'm going to win this kind of classical game, right? So I think Nakamura is kind of provoking Nodirbek with this move, knight c4.
Interestingly enough, I've had a look at the database, and the database is saying it has been played before. This knight c4 is a little bit of an obscure move, but it does have pedigree. I mean, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was playing with the white pieces against Anish Giri, get this, in the Pro League just now, and that game ended in a draw. Other names are Andrei Yesipenko has also played this last year, ended in a draw. There have been a few black victories though. Balazs Shonka won a game with black using this line, and Vladimir Kramnik also in 2019 defeated Vladimir Fedoseev in this line with the black pieces.
Yeah, but there's always a question whether they are rapid, blitz game, or classical, you know? Those are always a big question when we talk about objectively about opening preparation, because I don't see such a great achievement for black from d6. The knight is moving all the way to b6. I mean, really, b6 is the best square the black knight can get?
Well, I think, yes.
Sorry, maybe I'm too critical about this knight c4.
Interesting enough, to answer your point, the game between Fedoseev and Vladimir Kramnik was played in Tata steel. So it was a classical game. And I guess black's whole knight maneuver is just designed on provoking white to play b3. And you both are Berlin experts. I mean, how weakening is this b3 move?
Well, I'm not so sure it's weakening, but it does prevent white from ever pushing forward with the d5 pawn. We should mention that earlier in the tournament, Wesley So had this variation against Nakamura. You mentioned it, Judith. Wesley also put his rook on e2, and very shortly Wesley put his pawn later on d5, gaining space, clamping down on black's position, and now this has been prevented, pushing the pawn to d5 due to a pin. The a1 rook would now be hit, so he's basically guaranteeing Nakamura that he can kind of attain symmetry with putting the pawn on d5. And yes, he's going to put his knight on a bit of a silly square, maybe on b6, but if he can put the pawn on d5, symmetry, he's going to assume, he's going to bank on the fact that that might well just be equal later on. I should also mention that it's now been almost 3.5 minutes since Nodirbek played the move b3. Nakamura finally returns to the board. 3.5 minutes. Surely he was in the confessional. Surely he was telling us some opening ideas, and he gets back to the board straight to the moves again. Knight b6 has landed. And yeah, d5 guaranteed next move.
Well, and also, of course, in this opening, the Petrov, or what is it? It's Berlin. They are so similar because in Petrov it can also get there. So that, I mean, if black wants to have a game, he has to come up with these kind of interesting moves that You're not exchanging the rooks immediately with rook e8. You don't play what most of the people do with knight f5. And also there is another idea behind it, that maybe simply Nakamura does not like the fact if the white pawn reaches to d5, because it's white has the space advantage, even though it does not give much. But in structure, of course, maybe he wants to have the pawn on d5, even though if temporarily the knight on b6 stands not so well.
Yeah, he will put this knight on a bit of a better square later, or at least he will hope to do that. In the meantime, we shouldn't forget that white's rook is on a bit of a clumsy square. So, yeah, as you say, Judith, choosing a rarer option here, just to get Nodirbek thinking as early as possible. It looks like a decent strategy. On the face of things, things are roughly balanced right now.
Yeah, now the question is for white, whether do white have to play c3, let's say, in order to bring the knight to d2, so the d4 pawn is not under attack, and bring it to knight d2, knight f3, knight e5 possibly, because black's plan for sure is going to be d5. Or is white going to take the opportunity and put the fianchetto away after he played b3? But I would rather have the bishop, I think, on f4 in a later stage.
Yeah, that tends to be where the bishop belongs in these structures.
Okay, well, Hikaru actually making his ideas very clear. He just wants to establish equality and then take it from there. So this one looks like not that much happening right now. The players will relocate their pieces and the game will continue very peacefully for the time being. So shall we have a look back at the bird's eye view and take a look at the other games and see if there is any excitement happening? And so Mamedyarov, Magnus Carlsen, that could be brewing up to a lot of dynamic possibilities. And then we have, of course, the two players with the 0.1% chance of winning, Alireza Firouzja and Anish Giri. They look like they're in some mainstream e4, e5s. And then I'm going to leave it to you guys. What do you think?
I think we can go to Mamedyarov, Magnus, just to take a look what Magnus is up to.
Yeah, let's go around the horn. Let's check out all of the openings that we're seeing so far in round 8. And this one is still early days, just as with all of the other games. We're now 11 moves in. It's been the Queen's Gambit declined. Should we do a recap how we got here?
Yes.
Just from move 1, let's go for an action replay. We saw Mamedyarov, as he always seems to do, start this game with 1d4. And after knight f6, we did not see the Nimzo Indian as with the Caruana game. Instead, white developing the knight to f3. And in this position, which Grishuk calls the main position, black having 8 or 9 very kind of logical moves here, Magnus simply went for bishop e7. Simple development, and after e3 struck with c5. Magnus has had this from the white side as well in World Championship matches, so he knows everything there is to know pretty much about these variations. There was a trade of pawns, forcing the black dark squared bishop to move twice, and another trade of pawns has left black with an isolated pawn on d5, but now after bishop d6 he's arguing that he's got a slight lead in development, and later on, if given the opportunity, he might even push himself with d4. What do we think, Judith, Ivanka? To me, this isn't Magnus Carlsen at his most ambitious. It's just mainline stuff. It's rock solid for black, but nothing more than that.
I'm surprised that we are seeing such a solid position on this board, because I was expecting Mamedyarov also to somehow to go out with some more complicated position. That was my idea, that he would like to make it a mess on the board. And this seems to be so solid. I don't know if white is going bishop g3 in this point, or is he capturing on d6?
I have the opening database right in front of me, and the main move is actually to play queen a4. 10 games there. Bishop takes bishop is another option that has been played 9 times, and only once has someone ever retreated the bishop.
Queen a4, the idea is to allow the bishop trade, but on white's terms. You want to prevent black from ever breaking out in the center as well with d4, otherwise the symmetrical structure will ensue. And okay, he goes for the kind of simple approach, bishop takes d6. And Judith, you mentioned that Mamedyarov trying to keep things simple. I'm surprised that Magnus isn't trying to play more fiery chess here. I know he's got black, but he's normally more provocative than this. It feels like the black position here it's fine, but the best you can ever hope for is to play d4 and equalize. So I'm surprised both players seem to be treating each other with a lot of respect here. Maybe reflected in the fact that neither player can win the tournament now.
Yeah, I was going to mention that, Magnus had won the tournament 4 times previously. He can no longer win the event now. Is he just simply not motivated and just planning to flash out some moves and then take it to Armageddon?
He's got a good track record here in the Armageddon so far this tournament. 6 out of 6, Magnus.
Well, he just played Queen f6 and he played it instantly, basically. Of course, Bishop g4 was not possible because of tactics of Bishop h7 and Knight g5. Maybe we can play this out. And this is the reason why it's important for Black to cover the g5 square. Because, after Bishop g4 takes Knight g5 and White would take away the bishop and extra pawn. So this is the reason why Queen f6 was kind of a smart move, and of course it seems like Magnus knows it exactly how to equalize from this position. Now the b2 pawn is under attack, so the question whether White goes b4 or Queen d2, but next move Bishop g4 will be very energetic for Black. But I don't think Black can play really for advantage for the moment. But I'm not even sure right now how ambitious Mamedyarov is in this game.
Yeah, we see on the screen they both have 9 points. They're both too far off the lead right now. So a draw, yeah, it would suit both. Of course, not a great tournament for both so far. But yeah, I love Magnus's last move, at least. Bishop g4 on the cards, as you say. Just a bit annoying, not necessarily threatening too much. But Queen takes b2, the other annoying move. Do we see White ever being better? We said... it feels like it should fizzle out towards equality.
Well, I mean, Black has to play in a very concrete way, as Judith's indicated, and I feel like b4 is the move. Otherwise, Black will simply reach over to b2 and steal it. So, okay, and then Bishop g4, as Judith highlighted, completely logical. And the only question is like, can White do something like Bishop e2 and keep that d5 pawn alive?
Yeah, keeping the tension here, and let's say Black just defends that one. I think the kind of battle revolves around this d4 square. If White can control it, then White's doing well, but if Black can push...
Yeah, so I was thinking here Knight d4 to stop that d4 pawn advance.
And if I capture bishops, I guess you have to take with a knight.
Oof, and I haven't done anything. And then d4 comes anyhow.
I'll offer a draw, Ivanka. Do you accept?
Yes, but I'm not allowed to because we have to play 30 moves.
Stickler for the rules. Yeah.
You have to find a repetition of moves.
Yeah, so this is the kind of thing that could happen if neither side is playing too ambitiously. But yeah, let's zoom out because Mamedyarov, we all know him. We all know his instincts. If he gets a chance to complicate it, he will take that one. Okay, so should we check out some of the openings?
Well, what do you think the end of this game?
I think it will be a draw.
And more than 1 hour from here? Or less?
I think less. What about you, Judith?
Well, yeah, I also have a strong feeling that this game will not last long.
It's a beautiful day here in Stavanger. And in the city that I live, in Bergen, we have this rule that when the sun is shining, you have to drop what you're doing and you have to go outside.
Okay.
and if it's like Norwegian philosophy, you got to follow it. Don't be stuck indoors.
Magnus looks ready for some sun.
And maybe we can, looking at the bird's eye view, kind of take a look at the Alireza Firouzja game, although I can see that Gukesh is heating up against Tari.
Yeah, Gukesh has just played a very ambitious move, but first let's go to the 2 players here who can win the tournament with a bit of luck if all results go their way. And yeah, Alireza starts with the white pieces against Giri here, and you mentioned it's an e4, e5 opening here, Ivanka. White's done something slightly strange though. It's rare to see the white bishop fianchettoed on g2 in such an opening. So some kind of small twists on what looks like an Italian game. What do we think, Judith?
Well, it seems like, I mean, you could also cover a half board that white is playing his moves and black is playing his moves, and then we take away the card which cover. And you didn't play the Italian. You went fianchetto with G3, bishop G2. It's really, it is really like that. That the black was not paying attention. That.
I think they have that game actually on Chess.com. They Fog of War, where you just see your squares and you just have to guess what the opponent's doing.
I have this feeling here, right? That I mean, somehow the bishop's supposed to be on C4, B3, or B5 by now. But it's very interesting to have it on fianchetto way.
What do we make of the resulting position? Should we quickly do a recap to show how we got here?
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, let's jump in with an action replay. It's move 9 now, and this game started with a king's pawn opening and G3, a move that doesn't often appear at top level. Usually white brings the bishop out, as Judith mentioned. Instead, we see knight f6, d3, and white essentially playing a king's Indian attack type of setup, but just ignoring completely what black does. And here we see just very sensible developing moves. Slightly interesting for me that white kind of broke forward in the center so soon. White played d3 just 3 or 4 moves ago. Now white steps into the center again with d4. And after bishop to a7, the question for white is whether you can strike now before black gets ready. Black would love to play a move like rook e8, put some pressure against this e4 pawn. Black's bishop extremely well placed on this diagonal. So you don't really want to open things up. You don't necessarily want to lock the position and gain space with white right now. d5, black's more than happy to set back. And actually black will have the advantage. Beautiful bishop. Later on, this f5 push will undermine white's center. So what to do? The tension seems fine for black right now.
Well, this looks really good for black, having his bishop on a7 instead of having it on e7, let's say, if he would have been playing it in a passive way. Because, for now I don't see the benefits of having the fianchetto bishop here. And indeed, after d5, the e7 square is free for the knight, so this is something exceptionally positive for black. And now, I don't know how white wants to play. Maybe he wants to go knight a3, because for the moment knight d2 is not possible, because the a7 bishop, c6 knight, e5, pawn attacking the d4, so that would be a pawn sacrifice. And white has to develop somehow, right? And the b5 square is weak, so right now, instead of the bishop, maybe knight will occupy that square. Or also another idea to go knight c4 and put pressure especially on the e5 square, the e5 pawn, and also sometimes to the a5.
I've kind of seen that idea done many times, but not in conjunction with the bishop on g2. And it's difficult to kind of say why, but it kind of feels a bit weird for me to put the knight on c4. And the reason why is because when I tried to do this myself is that black was always playing pawn takes pawn in the center and then breaking through with d5.
That's also possible, and then that's not the only problem. It can be after knight c4, but also possible that knight e4 and after rook e4 d5. So it's but if I see h3 was played, which is also a very typical move when you have a fianchetto. The main idea is to cover and take away the g4 square from the knight or the bishop, because bishop g4 was kind of a strong threat. And also in the next move, maybe white wants to play bishop e3. And that's how he wants to exchange later the bishop, the a7 bishop, by playing d5.
Final question just before we move on from this game. How does Firouzja intend to meet the simple move rook to e8? Because already there might be some pressure against this white pawn in the center. Still hard for white to develop.
Well, I would consider to play d5 after rook e8, because after rook e8, if I go d5 and you go knight e7, the rook would be standing much better on f8 for a later knight h7 and f5 kind of ideas. And after knight e7, what about playing bishop e3, eliminating the powerful bishop on a7? And after takes to play c4, knight c3, and if white can develop that way, it can be a great position for white.
And just like that, it kind of feels like a king's Indian.
Yes. Yes, but without the black bishop having on g7, it's not a king's Indian.
Beloved king's Indian.
Yeah, I was playing it, and I loved it, but without the black square bishop, even though it's biting its pawn on e5, but once it opens up, that's powerful.
Did you ever play the French defense?
No.
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 So you didn't want
To have a c8 bishop, yeah.
Exactly.
But that barely have any opportunity to break out. You don't even have dreams of that.
I heard in the French defense, if your bishop ever comes out, you just
You're
win
just
immediately.
winning, yeah.
But the problem is, it never happens.
But in King's Indian, it does.
Yeah, I'm scared of both openings. I'll just say that. So yeah, this one's still early days between Firouzja and Giri. Very, very tense. All pieces on the board. Looks like both players are desperate to win this one to try and win the tournament. And let's go and check out the remaining game of the round. That is between Gukesh, who's actually got a chance of winning the tournament as well, and Tari, the tail-ender.
Certainly, and we have to give thanks to our resident statistician. Didn't fall into that word trap. Tari Bruce Zimmerman, who Chess by Numbers, who did tweet that these were the statistics, and he said that Gukesh has a 0.3% chance of winning. Now, David and myself once commented on a tournament where Gukesh was playing, and in the final day, I think Gukesh had a 0.03% chance of winning?
Yeah, 5 rounds remaining. He needed to win all of his games and hope that all the other results went his way. And of course, guess who won the tournament? It was Gukesh. So you never know. Miracles do happen. And this is the position we see in front of us. I know a lot of our viewers at home will recognize this opening instantly because there's a bishop on f4. It's one of the first openings, one of the most popular openings at kind of club level, the London system. But maybe let's zoom back and go through the first few moves, because some strange stuff has happened, or some big decisions at least have happened. And mostly it's about how Tari as black has set up. So let's go back to move 1, d4 and knight f6, met by bishop f4. The kind of accelerated London here, not messing around with any knight f3, just quickly planting the bishop on that square. And after e3, Tari didn't play the kind of traditional measures where you can play moves like c5, you play e6, you can even sometimes bring this bishop out. Instead, he fianchettoed, so kind of a hybrid system. You normally don't want to go for this, or at least it's less popular these days to set up like a Grunfeld against the London system. And after a few more moves, b6, a very slow move here, fianchettoing the other bishop, was met by h4. Gukesh wants to win, we can say that.
That's for sure. I love this move, h4. Yes, b6, we can say that it's kind of a slow move because you want to play c5 somehow. And also, I'm not so sure I want to have my bishop on b7 necessarily. But h4, I like this idea a lot. And maybe White's idea is to play h5, knight h5, rook takes h5. And just sacrifice an exchange. It can easily happen.
Can easily happen, and from my experience, it's just extremely scary, this type of position as black. White often will just bring the bishop out, move the knight out the way, recapture with his queen, and
and suddenly you see the b7 bishop is very much away from the action on the king's side, so it would be just standing much better on c8. So this is why h4 is very tricky, because you see that Tari already started to think quite heavily. He spent 24 minutes up to this point, and we are only at move 9. So he is already hesitating whether can I go bishop b7, continuing the plan I started by playing b6. And of course, when you start hesitating and being insecure about your position, and you know that actually you play against Gukesh, who's a very strong player, he's quite younger than he is, but he knows it that it's very challenging, and of course he's playing with the black pieces. His tournament is not going so well, so there are a lot of challenges for Tari in this game, I think.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to add to that point and say, okay, according to my database, it's only been played once before, but like, how would you, in a concrete way, handle the very trendy idea of going h4? Because now everyone and their mother are doing these lines.
Yeah, the first thing is not to panic, but that's hard. That's a difficult first step, and especially as Judith says, Ariane's having a really, really tough time here in Stavanger this year. So when you're having a tough tournament, you automatically kind of get scared when your opponent's playing moves and kind of going for you, signaling their intentions with so directly with a move like h4. After that, you kind of compose yourself and there's two approaches. You either kind of fight fire with fire, try to lash out. Here it's hard to do so because the center is so fixed. That's why kind of London system players love this setup, because it's so hard for black to kind of counter in the center against wing attacks. And then I think the other option, just kind of going solid, you can do that. Maybe bring your bishop out to g4, trade off some pieces, but then you've kind of wasted a move with b6.
Yes, at the same time we can say that you can play b6 and you try to develop with your plan, and then your opponent plays h4. You're not going to chicken out. You say, okay, h4, so now I played b6, but now I can switch to the other plan. As you say, bishop g4, I think it makes a lot of sense. But it will be some interesting game, because after bishop g4, maybe the white queen will be going to b3 or c2, and then knight e5 comes. So what I see, that Gukesh wants to play a very sharp game. Even though it's a London system, it's supposed to be quite solid for some time at least. It's already with h4. It shows that Gukesh has some sharp and tactical ideas.
Yeah, and I should mention as well, Magnus Carlsen is on record saying he used to play the London system just kind of on autopilot, just bishop out, push the pawns to e3, c3, just play a game. But nowadays, he says the London system has been ruined because everyone studied all the move order details, they know too much, so many forcing lines, and also for black players, the London system's become so much harder to meet. When I was young, it was just regarded as an opening by lazy players. These days it's all about hard work, and h4, h5, it's going to be part of his prep. There's very aggressive ways to play the London system. It's not just autopilot anymore. So for Ariane, who maybe has been caught unawares here, already bad news. He's burned half an hour on the clock, and I think he's been tricked in the move order in the opening already.
Well, it's a start with some mixed fortunes there. We can see some players like heading for a draw. We can also see some tense setups, unusual setups, and of course some fiery setups. So I think it's the perfect time to take our first break. So don't miss the action and stay tuned.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps, and experience chess like never before.
Hey, so what's your rating these days?
About 2100.
Wow, that's amazing. Puzzles. What? There are 72,084 different possible positions after 2 moves. 9 million different possible positions after 3 moves. 318 billion different possible positions after 4 moves.
I'm gonna play the London.
Seriously? I'm sorry.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. And before we dive into the action, time to mention the 2023 Speed Chess season begins with the Junior Speed Chess Championship on June the 13th. This 4-day event showcases the best young talent in speed chess with over $45,000 on the line. But the real prize goes to the top finisher alone, who moves on to the main Speed Chess Championship later this summer. Catch all the action starting June the 13th right here at twitch.tv/chess. Use exclam JSCC in chat for all the details. And who's playing in the JSCC and Norway Chess? Well, Gukesh. And talking about Gukesh, he's now playing classical chess and these fast-paced time controls. How on earth do you prepare for them? Oh, and in the meantime, just before we answer that question, there has been a result. Both Shakria Mamedyarov and
They are just about to seal that deal now, seal the draw with a repetition of moves. We're about to see a handshake. It's all been simplified. It's simply a symmetrical queen endgame. White is giving checks, black's king is moving, yo-yoing back and forth, and any second now, that is 3 times they have repeated the position. Mamedyarov makes the move, waits for Magnus to react, and it is a draw.
And that means the two will be playing an Armageddon game in approximately 20 minutes. A peaceful outcome in classical chess, but it will be a full-blooded fight when it comes to the Armageddon game. And there we see Shohei, the arbiter, picking up the score sheets. And
not unexpected, Judith.
Well, yeah, I mean, just less than half an hour ago we were discussing that, well, the outcome we are expecting to have a draw and max 1 hour. Well, it was faster than that, but I'm still hoping for a great fight in the Armageddon, because there is nothing to be lost for Mamedyarov. He has to go all in and fight for victory.
yes, absolutely. And I guarantee that the players have to. The time control demands it. White will be in a must-win situation. And okay, so we have lots of games still continuing. Shall we pop in to our tournament leader, Fabiano's game? He faces off against Wesley So. Is this a day of exchanges, as we see? Also, a lot of pieces leaving the board on that encounter.
I don't know what rate they are exchanging their pieces, but it seems like in Fabiano's game also it goes to direction that it's simplified, and White is little bit has more space advantage or more development, and White wants to go after bishop g5, rook e1, control the e-file, but still I feel that there is very, very small if there is anything for White in this position. I would go queen f8, for example, to make space for my rook and bring it to e8, which of course rook e1 will be played after that, but somehow I have the feeling that black is having not a very difficult position for the moment.
Yeah, let's jump in briefly with an action replay to show how they got here. We last left this game about 7-8 moves ago, and it has completely changed. It has completely blown up. We left it here after a trade of pawns in the center. Black has just recaptured on d5. And after some very standard developing moves, bishop to d3, black retreating, bishop d6, we saw eventually it was Fabiano who decided to open the center before it's too late, before the black knight jumps into the middle and blocks the white set structure here. He thought, okay, e4, leading to all of these trades, takes everything, and knight d7, the last move before bishop g5 happened.
Is that the first time in your commenting career where you've managed to get in takes, and a juicer is gone? No, I just...
And the juicer hits the queen. Yeah, I'm not used to it. I'm not as good as Hikaru at that phrase, but Judith as well. You mentioned Queen F8, very standard move, met by Rook E1, but Queen E8 maybe.
Queen E8, yeah. I'm just realizing that Queen E8 can be a smarter way of dealing with the Bishop G5 move.
And it was while I was saying takes, 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 I thought, why not take the queens off the board as well? And not easy for white to keep the tension. The problem is if you move the queen away, where should we put her?
But white cannot exchange the queens, so it's definitely something that white has to be moving away with the queen to d3, or maybe d3 is a good move.
D3. And now let's say, for example, I kick your bishop. We could well see a sequence, for example, hitting the black queen now. The white bishop moves and the black queen moves. The white bishop moves, and now after... Wait, rook e8 isn't possible. Queen d3 is a clever square, Judith. I was about to say rook e8, but you're hitting this pawn on a6.
Well, and white's plan, I think, is knight e5, somehow centralize the knight. If the black queen would be on d5,
but
black
wait
is kind of better.
Isn't there the kind of standard tricks? So, for instance, if you were to go rook e8, and then the rooks were to get swapped off, I was thinking about... Can you guess it? Can you guess it? F5. You go queen takes pawn F5, and the whole idea is that you got to trap the bishop.
Wow.
Nice idea.
Very nice idea. G5. How to stop that?
Well, the bar doesn't disprove.
Yeah, it says black has actually a small advantage despite being down a pawn, Jovanka. So I think you're right. Maybe this is annoying.
Very nice idea.
Yeah, I don't see how to save this bishop for white suddenly. So this is the kind of thing that maybe Wesley will rely on. In the current position, we are expecting him, after a bit of thought, to play queen e8, but it's not necessary yet. Maybe he'll just choose another square for his queen. I like this one just because later on, for example, if you do move the queen out the way again, the black rook has easier access to the open file.
Actually, after queen d3, also f6 can be interesting, and to place the queen to f7.
Yeah, with light squared bishops on the board, this would be unthinkable, but here it looks very logical. Just creating a square.
Yeah, normally you don't want to make weaknesses like on e6, but it can be interesting.
Black can always play a move like b5 as well, bring the knight round to b5 to d5. We'll see a similar theme in another game that we'll soon jump to. But yeah, looking rock solid for black here. Wesley solved all his opening issues. Feels like Fabiano just wants to be solid in this game.
Well, very much so. This is what he shows, that he wants to be under control. And maybe he's not going to be push it too hard.
Yeah, it's tough against Wesley, the most solid man in world chess, to eke out an advantage in the opening. And yeah, we can't blame Fabiano as well for having half an eye on the tournament standings. So still early days. Maybe we'll be shocked here. As long as queens remain on the board, the draw is far, far away. What do we think? Should we check in on some of the other action?
Let's check in on Hikaru Nakamura, who's in second place. He's trailing Fabiano by 2 points, and he is playing Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, who is not doing so well in terms of tournament standings.
Yeah, and Nodirbek has not had a great few days, but Hikaru needs to hope that continues, and he's been trying to bamboozle Abdusattorov here with some strange maneuvers, Judith. In the break, we were discussing how many times this black knight has moved. Hikaru has had 12 moves with black. It has moved 6 times out of 12 moves. Half of his moves have been with this knight, and 2 of those other 12 was with the other knight, which has now disappeared. What do you make of this? Modern chess.
Yeah, sometimes I'm not sure I understand some decisions, but the knight on d5 stands very nicely, and I guess the idea is that it's provoking white to play c4, which after is going to make another knight move, goes to b4, or of course e7 is also a nice good spot, and after that to play d5. But maybe on b4 it can also make sense. So it seems like black thinks that those moves, pawn moves, which was made in the last few moves, b3, a4, it is not on white's favor, but actually it can be weaknesses. And the move rook from e2 to e1, that was something interesting for me. Like what white has in mind, why was it so important to move away the rook right now? Is he want to go queen h5, for example, and then bring the bishop out to d3?
Yeah, very aggressive. Queen h5, bishop d3 looks logical. I'm wondering how black sets up as well.
And after all, the rook stands more natural on e1.
Yeah. Can I also say that this position, as quirky as it is, has been played before. It was a high-level encounter between Vishy Anand and Sergei Karyakin.
Wow.
And that game ended in a draw. And I think perhaps to meet Judith's idea of playing Queen h5, Black played c6.
Okay, so preemptively just defending this Black Knight, maybe preparing a nice home for it after c6. The Black Knight can always drop back to c7 if it really needs to. Yeah, logical, solid move here. But maybe Nakamura thinking of something more ambitious?
And I do like that comment from chat. Why has all their pieces on the back rank as well? Fair point.
We shouldn't praise it though. Remember, who is the Fischer Random World Champion? It's Hikaru Nakamura. You cannot play like this. Fischer Random Chess against Hikaru. Yeah, that's a good spot actually.
At the same time, sometimes your bishops can be more powerful on its initial squares, like c1 and f1, than when they are out. For example, in this position, white cannot have a better place for the bishop, I believe. The black knight is controlling the important f4 square. Bishop on b2, I'm not sure I would be very happy to put it there, my bishop. So the c1 bishop, I'm quite okay. And f1 bishop will come out to d3 one day.
Sorry, my arrow there going crazy, but yeah, bishop d3 quite likely to happen. Maybe bishop c4 if you really want to evict this black knight. Yeah, actually, I'm a sucker for retreating bishop moves. I just love keeping them safe for later in the game and making sure that they survive till the endgame. And yeah, very tense position. I agree with the featured chat here. Can't wait to see Hikaru in the confessional. I have a feeling we'll find out a bit more. Maybe he's aware of that kind of predecessor, that game by Anand. And he's just weighing up his options.
I am also looking forward to Hikaru's confession, and I thought it was very interesting that,
It's the 7th move with the knight, 7 out of 13 moves with the same piece, Hikaru. Sorry, go on, Jovanka.
no, but we just also saw Hikaru just get up off his chair with a smile, leave, and for Abdusattorov, he's in the tank. That for sure is going to be a new move. That's a lot of knight moves. It's like the knight's gone on the grand tour of the chessboard, you know. Where is it going to find a home?
And it's not the final destination. This is for sure. It's either going to go to g6 or f5 in the next several moves, I think.
Tried the center, wasn't happy there. Queen side, yeah. Oh.
Yeah. It really reminds me of a game Hikaru played in Gibraltar one year where he made, I think, like 6 or 7 queen moves in a row. Just in the Dutch defense, he kind of brought his queen out to b6, took on b2, just moved his queen. All the other pieces sat at home, didn't develop them, but who needs other pieces when you have one active piece? So
I remember that game. He got away with it as well. I mean, and this is the problem with high-level chess. They break the rules. They break everything we've ever been told, and they get away with it, and they make it actually seem supernatural, that is actually the way you should be playing, when 8 times out of 10 you shouldn't be doing this.
You got to know the rules to break the rules.
That's true.
You know, I would play c3. I just want to defend that pawn on d4 so I can free up my queen from d1 and go to e2, for example, controlling the line, or play knight d2 with the plan of knight f3, or play bishop d3. So I need that d4 pawn to be protected.
I like the other idea, Judith, c3, in order to lift the rook e2, rook e2 later on.
Yeah, I like that.
But you're blocking in your beautiful bishop on f1.
Yeah, I'll play Judith's moves first. c3, bishop d3. The pieces will no longer sit at home. They'll eventually come out.
And if after c4 black plays d5, even the bishop on c1 plays an important role, maybe later on a3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if black isn't careful, there could be some targets on this diagonal.
But this is incredible that black can make 7 moves out of 13, and he's not going to be punished.
It's not as if white's made much use of the first 13 turns. All
That's
pieces
true.
still on the back rank. Oh, crazy stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I do like this game, and c3, the move that you recommended, Judith, on the board, reinforcing the protection of d4. But the action is still to happen in this game. So should we check out the bird's eye view and have a look at how the other games are getting along? And the ones I'm super curious about are the ones where Alireza Firouzja and Anish Giri, how they're getting on, because that was a somewhat different e4, e5 opening. And then, of course, we had Gukesh's, aggressive try there on the king side. So between those two, what game should we go for?
Ooh, it looks like Gukesh's game is heating up against Ariane. Just one move being played in both of those games since we were last there. Let's jump in with Gukesh to see how the youngster, the Indian prodigy, is getting on against Ariane Tari. Ambition is the name of the game in this one, with White's h-pawn about to step forward to h5. Judah, I think you've predicted it. This might end up in a sacrifice. Whether it works or not is another question, but it looks like Gukesh has pretty much forecast his ideas to Tari, who's been burning a lot of time on the clock.
Exactly. This is what I wanted to highlight as well, that Tari seems to be not feeling comfortable, or he does not feel which direction he should be moving on in this position. And generally speaking, this is a bad sign, because when you play an opening, you should be aware of how you're going to set up your pieces, how you're going to be developing your pieces. For example, with the bishop, you go to b7 or f5. With your knight, is it ideal to go to d7 or c6? So it's important to understand the position and what kind of ideas there are. But of course, one thing is very clear, that Tari has to be aware and check it in every single move. What happens if in the next move h5 and there's a sacrifice going to happen?
And he reacts. He chooses finally, after a long think there. He plays knight b to d7. He's trying to trade off White's most centralized piece. Logical move, but what could be the consequences? And does Gukesh step forward immediately, try to initiate an attack? Does he bring his bishop out first? This bishop has a couple of very kind of tempting squares, bishop to d3, bishop to b5. Very active squares there. You can make an argument for using the queen already. She's now capable of jumping out to a square that's been vacated by one of the white knights. Lots of
Also,
options.
knight df3 makes sense, I think, to give extra boost and stabilization of the e5 knight, already which it exists there.
It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Reinforce the pieces, and the knight on d2 has no purpose.
But I like
Could you
knight
also live with that knight on e5 as is, and then introduce the light squared bishop into the game? I haven't yet decided where to put the piece though. Bishop d3 maybe?
Yeah, all tempting options, all of these. Yeah.
But I think also it makes sense to take a look h5, just to play with an idea what really black is going to be playing. Is he going to really capture it with the knight? Or does he dare to capture it with the knight? Or he would be taking on e5 first and only after that to think about it? Or should he leave it there completely and not react on it?
Yeah, let's jump in and show what happens if Gukesh turns into a caveman and decides to go straight for that black king. h5, as you say, Judah, on the board. Okay, I'm not brave enough to take yet, but I'll take this knight first, maybe. And next move, I'm pretty much going to pre-move knight takes h5 and hope that you don't checkmate me.
Well, okay, let's go d takes e5.
Oh, you're going to checkmate me. D takes c5.
Oh.
And, oh wow, okay, meanwhile, a game has started, the Armageddon between Magnus Carlsen and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Mamedyarov with the white pieces. And a quick start to this one. It's the English opening. A couple of pieces off the board already at this early stage.
Yes, and I'm just going to briefly mention that you guys wanted a Hikaru Confessional, and we have a Hikaru Confessional, and we'll play that during the break. And there we see Shak stepping up with his queenside pawns.
Yeah. A4 on the board from Shak, stepping forward with the queenside pawns, and okay, Magnus just basically playing a Sicilian but with reverse colours. Looks healthy to me. Black setup here, Judith. Who do you kind of hold as the favourite at this early stage?
Well, I like black's position as it is pretty healthy. I'm not sure this a4 it's there, but of course in this position, white bishop from c1, it has a challenging task that where is it going to go, or it will stay there forever. interesting a5 move, which was done by Mamedyarov, pushing the pawn. If black is not going to be stopping a6, then I believe Mamedyarov is planning to push all the way. And also probably queen a4 is something that he might be continuing, or queen b3. But I'm kind of surprised to have this pawn push on the a5.
Especially so early in the game, you know, you're kind of taught that you have to develop your pieces. And Shak is saying, you know what, I'm just going to attack on the queen side and just, whoa, I was not expecting that. Shak is determined that Magnus's king lives on the king side.
The Shak attack is real, but he's forgetting to develop his pieces. White's pieces do not look ready for this opening of the position, Judith.
Well, 9 years ago when I stopped competitive chess, this was not the way it was considered the way to success.
That is true.
But to push all your pawns and without developing, you have one developed piece on g2. It's just very strange.
Yeah.
But now he's going for your plan at least, Judith. Putting some pressure on this black knight.
But the problem is, I mean, yes, there's pressure on the black knight, but take a look at white's knight on g1. How on earth is that getting out?
Probably in the next move to play knight f3.
Yeah.
But then bishop h3 is also something to think of. I can also imagine that in the next move, let's say black plays d5 or f5, making it a more active play with black.
Yeah, I understand what Shak is trying to do. He's trying to open the position because he has bishops, but he's just not ready to do that. And actually, it's the side who's facing the bishop pair who should be trying to speed up the play here. So, yeah, Magnus, it looks like he's got all of his pieces in the game. Nice centralization, everything holding together. Time advantage is disappearing now. It's less than a minute and a half difference between the two. I think in terms of start to this game, not super promising for Mamedyarov. Magnus, could he go 7 out of 7 in the Armageddons? I spoke to him on the rest day, and I can reveal he said he was shocked that he's holding his nerve in the Armageddon. He says he doesn't know how it's happening. Of course, he said he'd give everything for one classical win, but the Armageddon is where he's doing the business. And, okay, pawn takes pawn. And, okay, question here. Take that pawn with the knight, or simply recapture with the pawn on e5?
The pawn.
That pawn on a6, we laughed at it a little bit, but it's a great endgame pawn. So definitely. Oh, I spoke too soon. It is endgame as the queens leave the board.
Yeah, if it was anyone else in the world, I think Magnus would have taken with the pawn, but against Mamedyarov, getting the queens off tends to be good wisdom there. So queens have left. White's pawn structure, not necessarily the worst.
Well, black probably wants to go bishop c6 to eliminate the white square bishop, and a6 pawn can be a weakness also in a later stage.
Yep, your prediction came true, and those bishops will be leaving the board.
Yeah, the problem is black lacks pawn breaks now, or lacks effective pawn breaks, so it feels like white has at least got some level of stability, and those bishops traded as predicted.
But is white's a6 pawn enough to give Shak serious winning chances? Because remember, Shak playing with the white pieces is in a must-win situation.
Yeah, this white a6 pawn could be backed up nicely by white's knight. If you could imagine a teleportation device, this white knight on h3 somehow landing on b5, attacking these pawns. But right now, it doesn't really kind of make a great impression.
I was just thinking about that too, that on b5, but how do I get there? Right, knight g1, then I have to do what? Knight e2 somehow, but then the e3 pawn is hanging.
You need Nakamura's knight to dance around. You need a similar journey.
Could you put it on a3? But then it gets stopped by a pawn on c6 anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
But to put it to a3, it's also
it's
e4 should
well.
be, but you just don't reach that spot.
Well, Magnus breaking out in the center. And in terms of the clock situation, remember, Magnus did start with a 3-minute deficit over Shakriar. Magnus has just got 4.5 minutes, whereas Shak has 6.5 minutes.
And Magnus with draw odds will want to play solidly. I think that influenced his queen trade decision. And now this last pawn push, I said he didn't have any pawn breaks. I just assumed he wouldn't want to undouble white's pawns. White's c pawns here. Here, kind of traditionally not favouring white, but Magnus is happy to trade off just to get his knights active. And there we see both the black knights now in the middle of the board.
Beautiful settings for black. Look at 2 rooks on the open file, 2 knights in the center, just ideally placed.
Yeah, just beautiful centralization, but he has to move one of them. The knight on d5 was attacked, hits the white rook now.
But that knight on b4 is going to get anchored there with the c7 pawn. And wow, white's position is beginning to look like it's not good. And there you go, c5. I mean, there's no coordination whatsoever with white's pieces.
Well, finally there is a little idea that if white plays, let's say, bishop d2, and somehow when the knight moves away from b4, knight f4 to d5 can jump in.
Yeah, he starts with the other move order. Same idea, Judith. First some pressure, though, especially the white e2 pawn, the base of this chain. It's a bit vulnerable. You have to overprotect this pawn somehow before the white knight gets kicked away from its protection. You need to keep this chain intact, otherwise your whole position falls apart. Mamedyarov.
h4?
h4 looks good, just to prevent pawn to g5. And okay, he chooses instead to use his king to defend the e2 pawn, and a question mark, making white's position worse.
g5, knight d4.
Ooh.
Immediately.
Jumping in first, big threat on the board. Black wants to play that move you mentioned, Jude, at g5, hitting, kicking away the white knight. Then the e2 pawn will fall. So how to deal with that? I think he has to push the pawn, the h pawn, to cover that threat. What else? You don't want to touch anything around your king. You don't want to touch your pawns. You'll only weaken them. Instead, he brings his bishop out to block the black rook on the e-file. It feels shaky.
Well,
it's holding together for now for white.
Well, knight bc2 would be provoking, and white would have to take on d4 for sure. But now maybe just knight moves away to f5, for example. Though after that already bishop goes back to d2.
If the black knight from the center ever moves, then white will step back and try to eliminate this piece.
Is it too rough if black goes rook e3 and g5?
Wow, sacrificing here, Judith. No fear at all. Rook takes bishop.
On the board.
Wow. That would not have even been on my radar, sacrificing in an endgame, but the whole idea is tactical. He's going to break apart white's pawn chain once he's kicked the knight away. And Magnus looks up at the screen. The evaluation bar doesn't react, meaning this sacrifice is well justified. And Magnus looking pretty happy there on the camera, you've got to say, looking away as if he's just kind of proud of his move, proud of his idea. Looks nice, gotta admit.
Yes, it certainly looks nice. And bearing in mind that Shaq is in a must-win situation and his white rooks are just not coordinating well. Knight has to move, the e2 pawn will drop, and then Shaq just has to get on with the job of relocating the rook on a4, which is doing nothing.
Yeah, where to put that knight? That's the first question. Does he centralize it, potentially at the cost of a pawn?
I think knight d5 is the only move for white.
Ooh, he hesitated there, Mamedyarov. That knight, is it going to get ignored? Is it going to get captured? Magnus gives a check. The white king, where to go now?
He has to go back, I think, all the way to g1.
Oof. Running away, it has to, as you say, flee back to the corner.
But now can't Magnus just simply trade knights and step back and grab those pawns?
Yeah, we're expecting Magnus to trade off white's knight. That's the best piece right now. As you say, Jovanka, take this one and then somehow maybe go back for this pawn. That's your idea.
Yeah, it's also tempting to actually grab the pawn on d3 immediately with a knight.
Exactly, knight d3 and then knight d5 and g4 with the stabilizing the knight to f3.
If you can come to f3 with any of the knights, this black king is simply, the white king, sorry, is going to be caught in a box and mated.
But of course, there are several ideas. It's only that for black it's tricky what to choose out of the several options.
What would you choose, Judith, here? Magnus only needs a draw. He can choose the safer option if he needs. Which one's more simple?
I'm very much tempted to go knight d3. I'm not sure that's the best, but I somehow would go knight d3 and knight e5 or knight e1 at some point and g4.
You love that knight e1 move. It keeps happening this tournament. Full board vision there. Knight e1 coming in. Watch out for that to happen. Judith's predicted it correctly every time, I think. Knight takes d3 on the board. Magnus makes a bit of a face. He knew that was a difficult decision, and he's under 2 minutes. So he needs to speed up. What's Mamedyarov going to do to complicate the issue? This white rook on a4, as you said, Jovanka, just worst placed piece on the board. Where to go? What to do? Not easy.
It's certainly not easy, and also you have to bear in mind that black has ideas of anchoring a knight on f3, and that would be curtains for the white king. I was looking at moves like knight e5, trying to get the knight immediately in with check.
Yeah, looks very powerful as well.
Yeah, and okay, I mean, white's only move is actually to try and trade off rooks, and that's going to be a very difficult job as well.
Well, now white's only plan can be that after knight e5, he goes rook f2.
Black's knights are so beautiful right now. Magnus will be reluctant to move them, but he really has to speed up. He's got about 1 minute 10 seconds now, and it's still 12, 13 moves before he gets any increment at all. So he has to make minimum 12 or 13 moves in 1 minute, and he's looking away from the board. What is this?
He needs to hurry up.
It's going to be
What's
physically difficult.
He's playing g4 immediately. Well, this allows knight f6 check, grabbing a pawn.
Yeah, the knight can check and take this pawn next move.
But this would lead maybe to a draw, because after check, king goes out, knight to g4. I think black goes h5.
Yeah, white's knight is kicked all the way back.
And if knight f2, then knight f3 and knight e1, some kind of perpetuate check.
But the problem is knight f3 is such a serious threat. If the black knight arrives there, then you have checkmating ideas with the rook taking h2.
Massive threat on the board. Mamedyarov under 3 minutes now has to deal with this one. I think I would just give this check now and just hope to survive. If you don't have any options as Mamedyarov, you should just try and play quickly, not give Magnus time to think. Calculation needs to be done, of course.
But he has plenty of times for the moment, 2.5 minutes. And if he calculates ahead, then he can play his moves. Not only one, but several moves quickly.
Yeah, but Magnus will do the same. To pause now or to pause later, that's the question. I agree with the featured chat, just flag him, just move. Not too many options here for Mamedyarov. I'm looking for others, maybe he can hit the...
There is a move rook d1.
Yeah, hit one of the black knights with his rook. That must be the only real alternative. Maybe you can... Yeah, it's just so difficult. He just needs to decide. As the featured chat says, white has definitely got ideas of sacrificing on the b6 square later for white's a pawn to run through, but first you have to deal with your king, so he actually steps back with his knight, trying to trade off. Makes a lot of sense as well.
But right now, maybe knight f3 is also possible. I know, because takes and knight d3.
And there we see a trade of knights. And again, Magnus now has to play very quickly, advances his f-pawn. And Magnus has a dream position. All his pieces are well placed, and white's rooks are just not coordinated.
Yeah, rooks thrive on open files, and if you notice, Magnus has blocked every single open file, but look at this, a sacrifice in the air. Watch out for rook takes pawn, followed by the white pawn promoting. We mentioned something similar earlier. This white a pawn is white's only hope.
Oh.
And, okay, is it on the cards now? That's the question. Rook takes pawn. Magnus, he's allowed it to happen. If rook takes pawn, maybe, is he going to ignore that? There's some counterattacks against the white king. And okay, now the black knight has stepped back. He defends everything. No sacrifices available. And white's rook's looking for those open files. Can he plug that open file with his knight? With the black knight?
He's going to have to. And Magnus now under 20 seconds.
Ooh, and we see a cross next to Magnus's move. That means a missed opportunity. Maybe there was something stronger.
Well, maybe now rook e2 can be unpleasant, or at least fighting for something from white's point of view.
Rook e2 on the board. We're going to see the rooks leave the board. Knight comes in.
Yeah, and black's knight has lost a lot of power with that trade of rooks. Now it's going to be incredibly tough to stop white's rook from infiltrating later, but he's using his king, Magnus, aggressively. It's going to be a race, simply. And who's ahead here? Black's pawn's running.
Well, black's pawn is really running.
But the a-pawn is so close.
Well,
White's rook has to get greedy here, simply has to capture the pawn and hope for the best. Shak's being accurate so far, as mentioned there in the featured chat, but is it enough to win? Black's pawns are so fast.
Yeah, but after c2, yeah, this was a smart move, I believe. Very smart.
Covering the promotion square, so now black will simply threaten to push his pawn. It might cost white his rook, unless now he abandons the defense of his a pawn.
7 seconds for black.
Yeah.
Magnus, he's got a 1 second increment now, but that's no luxury. It's not enough 1 second over the board.
Okay.
White's going to move his rook.
Very tricky position. What's he played? Rook c2, but that gives up the a6 pawn.
Gives up the a6 pawn, and look, his pawns are running now. Shak looks away, even at the cost of the black knight. Magnus is going to win the game. The pawn's too strong.
And he won the game with 5 seconds on his clock.
And once again, Magnus wins the Armageddon match.
The Armageddon King.
He is the Armageddon King. He can take solace in that, but he's still yet to win a classical game. And there we see Magnus leave the board with a smile. And there we can see, David, there was a potential miss from Magnus.
Yeah, there was a potential miss. Actually, we'll show how that game ended. And yeah, great technique from Magnus in the end. In this position, we saw the red cross appear, a missed opportunity from Magnus. Actually, black would have been doing very well after simply capturing this pawn with his rook. But as we saw, he advanced his king instead. And after white swapped off the rooks, maybe here Mamedyarov had other options, including going forward with his king right now, trying to break forward with the white king, because look what happened. After just one passive move from Mamedyarov, going passive with his rook, it was the black king that came forward. And if we fast forward to the end of the game, small mistakes here for white, including that last rook move. Rook takes f5, as we see, because now the black pawns simply ran. And it was already too late. The key move here, the killer move, and the only move to win the game, king to b2, helping and supporting this black pawn from running through. The whole idea is that the white rook, when it does move, it has to move. Suddenly, white's pawn disappears. And as we saw, the rest is over. b5 was good enough, and c2, black wins the game with his extra pawns.
Yeah, nice moments from Magnus there. And I think after that hair-raising adventure between the two players, I think it's the perfect time for a break. And let's not forget that during the break, they will be seeing Hikaru in the confessional. And that is just for Twitch subscribers. So let's subscribe to Twitch and listen to what Hikaru has to say.
Welcome back, everyone. So we are now playing in round number 8 here in Norway Chess. Of course, yesterday was a rest day, so there are no games. Today I'm playing with the black piece against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, as I usually do. I will talk about the other games first. That way, there will be no fun edits or cuts. So first and foremost, in the game between Gukesh and Tari, Gukesh has played the classic London system. He's basically just trying to get Tari out of theory, out of preparation, just play chess, no computers, no prep, none of this nonsense that modern chess generally is. So that's the first game. Now, the game between Magnus and Shakbar, we have a pretty standard Queen's Gambit decline so far. A big question whether Magnus will play c5, whether he'll play the knight bd7 variations here, since Shak has played bishop f4 and e3. But it's definitely going to be dynamic, I think, in that game. The game between Wesley and Fabiano, is the Nimzo Indian, this classic bishop d2 e3, which I've actually played a lot of in recent times. So again, very early, hard to know what's going to happen in that game. I assume Wesley will be well prepared, but Fabiano definitely wants to put some pressure on him. So that's the third game. And then what is the other game that I'm forgetting? There's one other game. Yes, there's Alireza's game against Anish Giri. And Alireza played e4, e5, knight f3, knight 6, and g3. A very similar situation, I think, where Alireza is just sick and tired of playing theory. And Anish, obviously one of the best prepared players out there. So he's just trying to avoid theory and play chess once again. And then, of course, we come to my game against Nodirbek, and we have the same opening that we had in my first round game against Wesley So, up to this move knight c4. Now, I'm not actually sure if knight c4 has been played before. I have looked at this line, obviously, in the past, even prior to the game against Wesley, but I figured out of the possible moves which are playable, it's probably the most obscure, the most unnatural looking move. So that's why I chose to play it out of the 4 possibilities in this position. So I'm pretty happy with what I've done. Now, the fact that Nodirbek is thinking is potentially very good for me, but also potentially not very good for me, because one of the downsides to this game is that Nodirbek lost his previous 2 games. So he lost to, I think he lost to Fabiano, and then he lost to Wesley. Some very, very bad games. I mean, the game against Wesley was sort of just inexplicable, I guess you could say, for a player of Nodirbek's caliber. And so having lost 2 in a row, I was a little bit worried that he might try to be more solid in this game. And unfortunately, it turns out like that intuition is right. So I have a feeling either Nodirbek is going to spend a lot of time looking for something creative to keep the game going, or very likely this game is going to peter out into a draw. And I'm not necessarily thrilled by that on the one hand, but on the other hand, sort of, you never know with Nodirbek. He's a player who can be very aggressive. He can also be very solid. I think in terms of the overall tournament standings and looking for something exciting, it's for me objectively very bad that he lost 2 in a row, because certainly his confidence is down. He's not feeling as good about himself, and so it's a lot less likely that he wants to take the risks. And when you also consider the fact that tomorrow he has to play with the black piece against Magnus, I mean, it could very easily turn into a situation where he loses 4 games in a row to finish the tournament. Obviously, nobody wants that, and so I think as far as my game goes, probably I'm expecting he's probably going to play something very conservative, like c3 and knight d2, or something to trade the pieces. b3, knight b6, he can play c4 or a4. Both these moves have been haven't been played, I guess you could say, but are playable. Either way, again, as far as I recall, the position should be completely fine. So it is what it is. I'm not super happy, but life goes on, and that's that. So I'll probably be back later. And if I'm not back later, that means I'm playing an Armageddon inside the next 30 minutes. So cheers.
Hello. Hello and welcome back. And there, once again, we had Hikaru in the confessional booth giving us his in-depth thoughts. What do you guys think about this?
Well, it seemed like he was preparing for these few minutes to really explain what's going on. And it's interesting that he also felt that Nodirbek is going to go solid against him.
Yeah. And someone who is not in the confessional booth is Magnus Carlsen, who is joining us here in the studio. So Magnus, you just defeated Shakhriyar Mamedyarov in an Armageddon game. How are you feeling?
I feel okay. A nice short day of work.
But it was an intense game for the Armageddon, that was.
Yeah, I was. I felt like I was in control for most of the game, and then suddenly I wasn't, and we had a bit of a crazy scramble there. But it was fun. It was a fun game. Like, not the most high pressure moment considering our standing in the tournament, but still nice to come out on top, obviously.
Mm-hmm. And were there any moments that you particularly enjoyed?
Enjoy is maybe a bit too much, but so if we go a couple of moves before this,
okay, or maybe around here.
Yeah, so I chopped off the rook, the bishop on e3, which I thought made a lot of sense. I mean, I don't have to do it. I can also make some neutral move, and I'm not sure how he's improving that much, but I thought it was, you know, principled. And yeah, 95. So I thought for quite a bit, like right around here, but I thought I had everything figured out, but it turns out I didn't. So rook e8 and yeah, so king f2 takes. Maybe here it would have been more prudent just to take on d5 and then rook e5. That was my original idea, but I don't know why I didn't go for it, because I also saw the trick that if he then goes rook b1, yeah, if he goes rook b1, I have knight e2 and knight c3 with a fork. So I think this would have been very safe. But then I sort of decided beforehand that I was just going to treat this game as a normal game. I was going to try and win. So I thought, let's not, you know, beg for a draw and go for the principled way. But I'd simply miscalculated here. First of all, I think rook a3 is a good move instead of rook a1. Here I was considering just to play knight e5 and allow the trade of rooks, because I get another pawn, and I don't think I'm worse. Or yeah, I think black is probably one who has slight chances of it, although it should be a draw. So anyway, rook a1 he played, and here I thought I'd figured everything out when I played g4. And there's this nice idea: if knight f6 goes to take on a g4, then I go f5. No, not h5 because of knight f6. Yeah, but f5. And now if rook d1, I have, well, first of all I have gf3. Sorry, fg4, and then knight f3 with immediate draw, but I also have knight b2, which should win. Yeah, so and also if knight f2 instead of rook d1, then knight f3, and now the key is king h1. And here I can simply go like rook c2, I think. Because if I take the knight, there is.
And after this, king c2, king g2.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, it was a good thing this didn't happen then.
But it's almost Zugzwang, right? White can barely move.
Yeah, this is the thing. So okay, so not rook c2, but I can just make any move. Yeah, that's true. But also the point of rook c2 is that white didn't have a threat. But obviously, since I kind of need the rook on e2 to have knight d2 after king g2, or even knight e1 with a perpetual. Okay, yeah, but just basically any piece to any square, like some improving move like h5 or something black should be doing extremely well. Okay, but what I'd missed, I thought also knight f4, I'd play knight f3 and rook f3, gf3, knight e2, fe2. But he takes my knight instead, which I realized way too late. And then I was in a situation where I had a minute left and a position that was suddenly really unclear and kind of hard to control. And then I think a lot of things probably happened. Yeah, I wasn't worried. He could have
taken b6.
Yeah, he could have taken on b6, but then we trade everything. I go attack the opponent c4 with my knight, and I don't think I should lose.
Just to show this variation.
Yeah.
Take.
Yeah, knight f3 and knight e5 should be completely fine. Actually, I'm winning the pawn immediately because rook a2, knight d3 to b2. Yeah. Okay. So a lot of things happened in the game. I think, as they say, mistakes were made. I assume King E6 apparently was poor. Yeah, he should have just jumped in with the rook. That was, I think, his best chance. And it's not so easy for me to trade off all the pawns. Yeah, I suspect this is probably close to lost for me. But the way he played was really was really exciting because we got ourselves the race. King D4. Yeah, I'm just curious as to. Yeah, okay, so now he's actually much worse. Yeah, King C4. So probably from here on we played well. Yeah, or I played. Even though I had seconds, the moves were really simple. Just go push. Yeah, King B3, Rook F7, C4, and King E2. So this was the one important moment. Fortunately, I had like a couple seconds to figure out King B2, because C2, King D2 probably loses for me, I would guess.
Yes.
Yes.
We assume when we see the bar.
And then, okay, so this is interesting that it's just winning for me, because he could have gone Rook B7, and then just go Queen his pawn. Oh, it is a draw. No, I assumed it was. I saw that Queen C4 was an easy perpetual, because his king is never going up because of Knight D5. But I didn't realize it was just mate, but probably it is. Maybe I can give checks to E3 with the queen and then go Knight D3 or something.
Or like something like this. You come in. The bar's going crazy. Something like this, you mean?
Yeah, something like this. Queen D2 or Queen F. Yeah, okay, so King F1. But we can give checks from, let's say, D1, F3, and then E3.
To protect the pawn on B6.
There's some checks over here. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, so...
D3.
Yeah, Knight D3.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just see if there's anything crazy going on in the other games, because I don't want to take all of people's time looking through this Armageddon game. But
yeah. Fascinating stuff.
It was interesting to me, at the very least.
Oh.
Yeah, now the computer says draw, but anyway, I mean, a draw. It wouldn't have changed the result, because obviously a draw was more than enough for me here.
And just out of curiosity, you've won all your Armageddon games. So tomorrow, are you going to try and make a clean sweep?
Yeah, I don't know. So today, I sort of felt like I had enough. In a sense. I mean, the game against Alireza was just really the last straw, kind of. And I was happy to have a short game. I mean, I'm not gonna deny that. I mean, if he'd wanted to play, then I was fine with that, but I wasn't gonna force the action. Tomorrow, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I haven't thought that much about it. Probably wouldn't be crazy opposed to a short day, but we'll see.
Okay, and let's checking out the bird's eye view. We see some action happening in some of the games. I mean, which one catches your fancy?
Yeah, I think Wesley is solid as usual. So I don't expect really crazy things to happen there. Although, yeah, Fabi is a little bit better maybe. It's a little bit of a grip. I really like Arjen's last move, Knight G4. It's yeah, that's really a cool idea. Also, Gukesh going H4 in the opening was I wouldn't say a surprise, because I think that's what you're supposed to do. Like, no joke in general. Like, when Black plays like sort of slowly and doesn't put a lot of pressure on the center, you should usually start attacking. But yeah, now I think Arjen's position definitely has potential. You can go e5. Don't think there's an attack for white, so looking pretty promising for him. Apart from that, I thought Abdusattorov was a little bit better from the opening. I'm not so sure if he made the most of his last few moves. Now Hikaru is probably equalized, I would say. Yeah, the last game between Alireza and Anish Giri is, yeah, hard to say. G4 is extremely ugly, but may not be so bad. It kind of looks like some positions you get from the Möller Spanish, except the white bishop would be on c2. But also in those lines, you sometimes just go g4. Like Fabi did that against me once. He just went randomly g4 in the Möller position, and he was just much better. Even though I eventually turned it around and won. So.
But it looks pretty risky for white, this position, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he's hoping for. But he has got some grip on the center. I'm curious as to what you guys think about the position we had, let's say, maybe 5-6 moves ago, if white had gone for d5.
Okay, let's backtrack to around here, maybe.
Yeah, so, okay, so he went bishop d7, that's clever. So I was thinking that black was going to go rook e8, and then white probably had to go d5, I thought. And how such a position would be.
Yeah, we actually discussed this, Judith. You were
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3. Or maybe c4 first. There are these lines, yeah, where black plays like d4 knight c6, c4 e5, and then d5 knight a7 and so on. So this seems like a dream version of that for black, yeah.
Yes, because the bishop on a7,
bishop
right?
on a7, yeah. But you'll trade off the bishop. Then, but probably black has a quick f5. I was not so sure. But yeah, now how they played, I saw that Anish made a real frown when Alireza went for d4 in the opening, because it's in the Italian it's not so typical to go d4 when you're forced to make concessions early on. But yeah, this is interesting now.
a3.
Yeah, a3, b5 looks thematic for black. Just grabbing some space.
Yeah, I've noticed Firouzja, he loves to play a3 anytime his opponents play a4. He's done it against me in the Grand Swiss once. He's done it a few other times, even with this kind of weird structure where black's kind of got a clamp now on the queen side.
Yeah, I would even be tempted to start going, maybe not now, but some point black can think about h5 as well here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably quite good for black, but I think Alireza is banking on Giri having to make some committal decisions at some point, and he's hoping that in order to in order to prove that you're doing well here as black, you'll have to play aggressively, and his opponent is not necessarily known for doing so. So maybe that's what he's hoping for.
Which color would you take?
I'd take black probably. But I wouldn't hate playing white here either. As long as you got a position where every piece is on the board and there's tension in the center, you got something at least relatively exciting.
And Magnus, do you have any predictions? Will Fabiano be able to hold on to his lead in the tournament? Do you think anyone might be able to overtake him?
Well, I guess it all comes down to the last round, but obviously he's a pretty significant favorite. So to bet against him with even odds would be foolish.
Yeah. And we have some questions from our chat. One from Essential Dimension, which says, did you ever consider going for flag?
Today or when?
Just in general. Today. Today
well,
was the...
I flagged some poor lad with rook against rook online yesterday, actually. So.
We saw actually you spent part of your rest day getting 3,300 on Chess.com. Was that how you relaxed?
Yeah, actually I was feeling really bad, but I wasn't playing so well, but I just wanted to win a couple of chess games. Also, free days are long, so you gotta do something with them.
Yeah, and
but no flag. As part of this tournament, yeah, I'd obviously, if I'm playing the Armageddon and that's the only chance, I'll go for the flag if it's even remotely realistic.
Okay, and I completely agree with you, by the way. Poker Brass asks, when is your next poker event?
I don't know. I don't have any. Yeah, I don't have any plans. No.
Okay. And Henry Ponquer asks, what are your thoughts on Messi leaving Europe?
Last year when we played the Champions Chess Tour event in Miami, I actually went to watch Inter Miami. Mm-hmm. They played basically out in the fields over in Fort Lauderdale. I hear that they're getting a nice new stadium. But the crowd was good, more of a Latino influence there, with some drums and everything. And I got myself a nice pink Inter Miami shirt. So that one has, I think, increased immensely in value the last day. So hopefully, there will be events there in the future. For instance, if there are live Champions Chess Tour events, not the worst place to have it.
Miami's a cool place. And I know on Monday you'll be playing a play-in.
Yeah. Well, that's the price I pay for cheating on the Champions Chess Tour by playing the Grand Chess Tour over the board. So then it's unforgiving, and you have to earn your dollars. But I found myself thinking that the play-in tournament was really fun to watch, probably less fun to play. And now I'm gonna have to play. So it's gonna be tough for sure.
Yeah, well, good luck in that, and also good luck in your next game. And thank you very much for appearing on the show. So
thank you.
So, well, a great start to round 8, and there we see Firouzja and Anish Giri settling into the action there. And Anish Giri, he must have done more than 10,000 steps pacing up and down that carpet. I have to ask, I know David is not a pacer. He's rooted to the chair. But what are your thoughts on pacing? Is that burning too much energy?
Oh, no. Walking during the game and after the game, I think it's really a chess player's sport. just to walk around. I remember back in Linares when the playing hall where we played, there was the stage, and then there were a lot of chairs, and on this side there was a long path, and you could always see the player standing up from the board, going there, and everybody was going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So that was I think many of the players, and I also like to walk around looking other games and just to get a little bit refreshed, and also your tension is going away a little bit. Also, it can be psychological that you're acting towards your opponent, that I know what I'm doing, I have a great position, I'm confident.
Yes. And it was actually really great to have the insights of Magnus Carlsen on the remaining games. He told us that Alireza Firouzja, Anish Giri, the ones we see on camera, that was a tense game. Either side could be happy if they just kept the tension in the center. And
I was surprised that Magnus said that he would be okay playing it with white as well.
I was very happy to hear that. Because my instinct was, white has advanced the g4 pawn. I know it concedes some squares, but, not the end of the world when you push some pawns.
Well, I love g4 as well, but still somehow I consider it that I would rather play it with the black side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the thing about top players. Often, if you talk with them after a game, they often think they're doing well, they think they're doing great, they were winning the whole game. Turn the board around, they still think they're winning. So they're eternal optimists. And okay, Magnus choosing black here, preferring Anish's position. Anish, as we see, has just put his knight on a5. Maybe ready now to lock down the center to kind of challenge white's pawn kind of formation here on d4, e4, and just very solid position. Meanwhile, unless white can generate an attack with g5 later on, then having this kind of slightly airy king might backfire. So yeah, just very tense. And it's interesting, we're nearly 2 hours in now, and 2 of the 4 remaining games, still all of the pieces, all of the pawns on the board, no trades at all. It shows the tension mounting here in round 8.
You said 2 of the remaining games.
Yeah.
So one game has switched into endgame mode, right?
Yeah. Which one am I missing? 2 of the remaining 4 games still have all the pieces. One is an endgame now.
No. Yeah. What I was just saying, just two, and then I was just saying, but the other 2. Exchange central is what I wanted to get at.
Yes. Exchanges all over the place. The vacuum, the Hoover is out between Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So. And yeah, looking level in that one too.
And I mean, just looking at the bird's eye view, I mean, just a rook and knight. And the big question is, draw incoming.
Judith, what do you think? Will we see another Armageddon in the next hour or so?
Well, in the Fabiano game, it seems very much that we are heading to that direction to have another draw. But it's not so easy for black to play this because white can press it, I believe. I don't know exactly whether it's knight e5 in the next move, for example, and then possibly knight d3, regrouping it to c5, or g4 is also to press a little bit. It can be the move, because for now knight d5 cannot be played because of the a6 pawn is under attack. The c7 has to be protected by the rook on c8. So black is pretty passive for the moment. So black will have to make some good moves in order to really equalize.
Okay, so it is there is some unpleasantness for black.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Fabi is just having a good time. He's little pressing it. He will try out this and that. And if Wesley does everything fine, then he probably can equalize.
Yeah, and our grandmaster.
Grandmaster indeed. Like Judah, I would definitely take white. I'm not sure how much of an advantage it is, but at least momentum-wise, I really don't like Wesley's last few moves. It feels like he could have maybe had a kind of safer, easier life here in this game. Yeah, as Judith says, the rook is tied down, the knight is tied down, so it pretty much means at some point you'll have to start bringing the king towards the center, and it all depends on the next 3 or 4 moves. If white is able to kind of initiate something, or at least set up a bind long term, then great chances. But yeah, I very much think we'll have to update this one in a few turns to see whether Fabiano can work his magic, squeeze water out of a stone.
Oh, I actually really like this type of play because I feel it's very subtle. I find it's like the height of intelligence because you have to play on small little details and you have to collect those small advantages and just maximize everything. And so let's go back to the bird's eye view. We'll see what cleverness is ensues in this game. But there were a lot of positions with no pieces traded off. Can we go to Nodirbek and Hikaru?
Yeah, so this game, there's been only one set of knights traded off and one set of pawns. This one, of course, extremely important for the standings. Hikaru away from the board. Could that mean another confessional? We'll find out soon. But yeah, he's been playing relatively fast up to this point. Magnus said the worst is over. He thinks Hikaru is fine here, but it's just a question of whether Nodirbek's space advantage here on the queen side with white having these really far advanced pawns, whether that amounts to anything.
Looks good. I agree with that.
Visually very impressive white's structure here. Just the problem is no passed pawns, no weaknesses in the black camp.
Yeah, there are great space advantage on the queen side with the pawns, but at the moment I'm not sure how white is going to be really make any profit out of it. And after queen c7, now black wants to go rook e8 to start simplifying and exchanging the rooks. Knight on g7 stands not bad at all. It can come to e6, or once the bishop is moved away from f5, coming to f5, kind of provoking the g3 bishop to exchange on d6. And later on at some point, if knight c5 or something like that would bother black, or even to prevent it, black can play b6. So it's not so easy to get really advantage for white.
I had an idea, I'm saying, and I think it will meet with frowns from you two. But the idea was basically that black's pieces stand very well. I'm looking at the bishop on f5, so I was thinking bishop takes bishop, make black lose a time with the queen, and I can see David has already predicted what I'm going to say next. I want to go g4, and the whole idea is not really to get greedy and attack anything. It's just simply to gain the space. And well, the evaluation bar levels out. I'm satisfied.
Well, I believe black would be going back with the bishop all the way to d7. Yeah. And after that, he would want to continue with knight e6 because there is a very weak spot suddenly on f4.
And what was the follow-up to this plan, Jovanka? Looks like you've gained space, made one piece passive.
I have made one piece passive, and I was kind of hoping to go knight c5. So I was kind of using some pattern recognition from like d4, kind of like Benoni type things, when you do have this one line open on the e line, and there you try to gain as much space as possible. But I just thought knight c5, and then you know, you just hold nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing more than that, and you know, there is only one line to control, and then switch attention to that line.
Yeah, for example, b6, I guess you keep pieces on, you just retreat with the white knights, you bring out the queen, and still looks, very healthy, very solid for white, despite having pushed pawns in front of the king. There are definitely worse times to push pawns. g4's been one of the themes of the tournament, seems to happen in every game, so imagine if that does transpire, Jovanka. Great prediction if it does.
I would be very much afraid to play this g4 the long run. Sorry, I'm not a fan of this g4 this time.
Not this time. The rare exception, you don't want to play g4, Judah. Yeah, so this one's very tense. I think we won't see g4 just purely because Abdusattorov has had a tough kind of few days, and it does feel a bit kind of scary and counterintuitive to push pawns, but definitely nothing wrong with that one.
But maybe, for example, to play queen f3, or take on d6 and after that queen f3 and trying to exchange it with queen g3, that I would consider, or also queen d2. So the black squares are somehow something to play on for white.
Yeah, and he's jumped in with the knight already, and the big question now is, for example, does black try and evict this knight instantly, or do we trade bishops and then try to evict the knight with pawn to b6? I don't want to allow this knight to sit in this beautiful square in the black half for too long. I wonder what Nakamura will go for here. I think he'll be reluctant to allow this knight to live on c5 as well.
And also taking into account the kind of nature of the pawns, I mean, both sides, there are no pawn majorities. Do you think Hikaru will be trying to win this? Or do you think he will be satisfied with drawing, going to an Armageddon, winning that encounter? Because in terms of the standings, if he has to keep neck and neck with Fabiano, then it's not ideal.
Yes, but in this position, I don't think he can think of winning the game right now. He has to be working very hard for equalizing completely, because it is white who is pressing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and actually if we think of, I've been doing my maths equations, if we think of the standings, for example, if Fabiano draws, he will be 3 points ahead of Hikaru before Hikaru's result in this game, and let's say Fabiano wins the Armageddon. For Hikaru, whether he wins in Classical, whether he wins the Armageddon, the job is still the same. He still needs to beat he still needs to beat Fabiano tomorrow in order to win the tournament. So actually, how much of a lead is not a relevant factor. It's just the fact that he will be needing to win on demand with white against Fabiano. So playing it safe here, kind of seeing how things go, makes a lot of sense. The one thing that he cannot afford is a loss in the Classical, because then he'll be out of the race and Fabiano will be safe, home and dry. So I think Hikaru, he's being very pragmatic. We heard him in the confessional. He said, if the opponent plays solid, what can you do? With the black pieces, sometimes it's hard to beat the very elite players on demand with the black pieces. So yeah, I think he's caught in two minds himself, and we've all been there. Tournament chess is the hardest thing, to have all those calculations and still kind of have the peace of mind to play good moves.
At the same time, I believe that he's checking on Fabi's game in the meantime, while when he's walking around, and it's not simple, because he might have the idea that, well, Fabi is pressing, so it is a very inconvenient situation that you know that Fabi is pressing, and at the same time you're having a little uncomfortable position with black.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and meanwhile, this game, it's very quiet. Should we move on to check out some of the others? Let's go to the bird's eye view, first of all. Yeah, Hikaru, caught in two minds. Win or the draw. He needs one of those results. And which game? Where should we go, Judith?
We haven't been in Gukesh's game for some time, and there was some interesting way of reacting by Tari. Very interesting play that led the game a little bit on a different direction, because I did not think that white is going to be castling in that game. I thought that some way or another white is going to be pushing h5, and contrary, black played h5 and played knight g4. So white's initiative is not as it was before. At the same time, knight on c6, it's very active, but it's kind of a tricky place for the knight, because it gives some unpleasantness for black, and it's like, I'm there, I'm trying to attack you just in case. But still, eventually, once black is moving away, for example, with a knight, white probably has to play b5 to stabilize it, but still it can be eliminated. And also e5 is something what black can play for anytime. And the fact that white had to castle, he castled. I'm not sure I'm so happy that white has h4 pawn over there.
Yeah, it all depends on whether this knight can live, as you say, Judith, on g4, because you've kind of given it a nice home by pushing your h-pawn. On the other hand, you have to be careful that white cannot just simply eliminate this knight at an opportune moment. At the moment, black's pawn, of course, defending it. Black's bishop also kind of eyed up indirectly on g4, so I don't think you can take twice on this square. But first of all, for Arian, does he just lash out now? Does he break out in the center? Or does he sit? Is there anything else productive to do?
Well, he has also an idea just to go out with knight d7 to f6, I believe. I'm not sure e5 is so good. Because... but e5 is also something completely that you have to consider, especially after b4. If there is d takes e5, knight e5, the c3 pawn can be vulnerable as well. And after e5, if once the queen gets back on the d8 h4 diagonal, the h4 pawn can be attacked. So it is kind of dangerous for white also.
Yeah, and just as we say it, Ariane plays it. I've had the luck to play Ariane many times, analyze, study with him, and if given the opportunity, he prefers to be a bit more direct. So e5, not too surprising. It's just about whether that does kind of open the position in white's favor, black's favor, all pieces, of course, on this board, but that's about to change.
I don't like very much what Gukesh played in the last several moves, because if you play h4, I think you have to make sure that it has idea behind it, and it was not castle.
Yeah, it's inconsistent.
Yeah, something is wrong. Though after e5, it may be the case that black is too active, because now if black is moving away the pawn, then bishop d6 can trap the rook.
Yeah, let's show these moves on the board. This would be a huge mistake, for example.
Yeah, so black has to be careful, very precise in this position, because it's getting really complicated. I mean, look at the center, what we have in the game. So there has to be a lot of calculations also with both colors.
And also, it's not really possible for black to actually liquidate in the center either. Say, for instance, e takes d4, I think would be not a great move, because white can actually even capture back with the pawn on e3. So there would be a big threat of bishop takes knight and rook e1, and queen on e8 is clumsy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just to show this on the board, the black queen's pretty much trapped, and black has to shed material to save her. So yeah, good spot there. Very tense.
I was having similar positions when in the London system you break out with e5 and it looks like so energetic and good, but it's not always the case that it's really good. Or even if you play it, you have to be really very precise on the continuation after this move. So I don't know, is f5 is too much?
Wow, 4-pawn attack, pawn storm, Judith. Yeah, it's possible. Why not? You said A, why not say B? Throw those pawns forward.
Well, maybe it's too dangerous.
I like it.
It looks scary. With both colors.
Okay. I mean, it's the kind of chess that we like to see. It's fighting chess. And whilst the games heat up, it's time to take a quick break. But don't go too far, because we have Hikaru Nakamura giving us another confession.
Well, we're back, everybody. So, of course, talking about all the games once again. Magnus Giri against Shakra look pretty standard, very, very straightforward, boring game. So they drew, so they're going to play Armageddon soon. Just looking at the other games, Gukesh obviously all in attack, pushing Harry the H-pawn in a la Simon Williams style. So that game is going to heat up. That should be an exciting game for the fans who are watching for sure. What else do we have? There's one other game. Yeah, Alireza versus Anish. Just very normal, just standard e4, e5 with a fianchetto on the king side, so nothing really special there. The game has to develop. And then we come to the two big games, which is obviously Fabiano's game against Wesley and my game against Nodirbek. Now, this position against Nodirbek, at least as far as I can recall, I hadn't seen this idea with this whole rookie one, so maybe it's standard, maybe I just missed something. I don't really know either way, but I had a choice between playing something like knight e7 or trying to be a little bit more aggressive, trying to go for some d6, c5. But, you know, as I was thinking about the position, it doesn't really look like it's there. And the main point about the position is that basically by moving this knight all over the board, and this is, of course, using computers, you know, computers basically what they'll do is they'll say, you don't care about wasting time because your opponent's pushing pawns. And so, I mean, when I go knight e7, it's probably going to go something like c3, d5, I don't know, like bishop d3, bishop f5, something along these lines. And I mean, I think it's very likely headed towards a draw pretty soon. But to me, somehow trying to play d6 and leave the knight on d5 in this specific position just felt a little bit dubious. Now, I'm sure a computer would say it's completely fine. You're insane for moving the knight. Because I could have also played like d6, c6, and if white goes c4, I get knight b4 and a5 to lock the knight on b4, as opposed to just playing knight e7 and d5. But again, I was kind of worried that if I played some d6, there's going to be something at some point with like bishop a3 and c4, and maybe it's nothing, but it just feels a little bit dicey. Whereas once I go knight e7 and I play d5, he's going to have to play c3 unless he goes c4 in one go, and then it's going to go like d5, bishop e3, bishop f5, trade the bishops, and we basically play a standard rook e1 Berlin variation, except white's push b3 and a4, and I don't see any world where having played b3 and a4 can be beneficial. So to me, that's why I'm staying solid here rather than doing anything insane. Again, I mean, I think this game is going to peter out very soon, unless Nodirbek gets crazy. I mean, maybe he can do something like g4 and try to play on the king side, take advantage of me moving my knight so often. But again, I don't really believe in it. And even g4, knight c6, c3, d5. I mean, with having played g4, that just creates a weakness for no reason. So I mean, I'm not thrilled by it. And also to add to that, the other reason I'm not thrilled by it is because Fabiano is very clearly in preparation in his game. He's used like 5 minutes. Wesley's deep in the tank. And it looks like a standard Fabi game where basically Fabiano has probably looked at this like move 70. I mean, joking, obviously, but he's probably looked at this for another 10 moves. And I'm guessing that if Wesley's not very precise in the next couple of moves, Wesley's going to be suffering. He's going to be down half an hour on the clock, and the tournament could just be over today, frankly, because it just... As I'm looking at that position, this just feels like a classic. It just feels like a classic Fabi Supreme as usual, and it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So we'll see if Wesley can defend that game, and then of course my game. We'll see if Nodirbek tries to get creative or whether it just peters out into a draw in the next half hour. But it's chess, I guess, as you would say. So see you guys.
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Gukesh Masterpiece. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Hello, and we are back in action, and the chess excitement continues for some more hours. And before the break, or during the break, we had thoughts from Hikaru. He told us that Fabiano was in Fabiano Supreme mode. He also said that he felt that his own position was going to peter out into a draw. So what do we think about Hikaru's thoughts? Is it still true?
Well, I believe that he's a little bit uncomfortable position right now, and he wouldn't mind if it ended in a draw. But you could see that he was kind of worried and thought that, well, maybe for Fabi he can squeeze, and maybe there can be some trouble for Wesley, which I think is kind of true. But we have to see some fantastic technique if Fabi would win, which... It's clearly if Nakamura was worried that it can be already something that he will not have to fight too much for tomorrow because Fabi can finish the tournament.
Yes. And David, we saw Hikaru not being particularly optimistic about his chances for a win.
Yeah, he's just playing down his own expectations. Maybe he doesn't want to put too much pressure on himself. This isn't the type of position where Hikaru can just kind of gamble, go all in. Any winning attempts will take huge risk. So I think just maybe more than one eye now on the Caruana against Wesley So game for him. And on the kind of bright side for Hikaru, Wesley So is great in these kind of technical positions, in these slower, drier endgames. So I think he might be given a helping hand by Wesley. A bit of a favour there. I don't have the feeling that Wesley will lose that game against Fabi. I think that will go down to Armageddon. So it's just about Hikaru, whether he can do the business in his own classical game.
And there is one thing that does concern me about the Wesley So Fabiano Caruana encounter, and that's take a look at the discrepancy in clock times. I mean, Fabiano has a huge time advantage.
Yes, he did not spend too much time on this game yet. Probably it's also because his preparation was very good, as Nakamura always takes the opportunity to highlight that his preparation is incredible, one of the best or maybe the best in the world right now. And so we'll see how he can manage.
Yeah, and here for Wesley, yes, he's down at 34 minutes, but as we see on the board, it's so simplified right now. It's only a pair of rooks and knights left on the board that it feels like with 2 or 3 accurate moves, he'll be safe, and the rest he can play automatically. It won't cost that much time on the clock, so the time differential, you don't take the time to the next game. So Fabi, he might have 5 hours on the clock, but if your position isn't winning, you won't take the full points.
Do you know, I had that thought of, you getting allocated like X amount of time for the whole tournament.
Oh. But I think some players had this thought that to have a certain amount of time for the game, and if it's a draw, you continue to play with that time. What is the leftover? And you continue until the point somebody wins.
I love that idea. Just imagine you start a game with 5 seconds on your clock and bang, 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 bang. There's definitely going to be a winner by the end of that one.
There certainly is.
And meanwhile, let's talk about the game in front of us. Fabiano, of course, trying to win. I don't think there's any risk at all for White. White's knight was, okay, just until this moment, hitting a pawn on a6 that has been reacted to by Wesley So. And this does involve a bit of calculation because White can give a check on b7. I'm sure Wesley has that all calculated out. We should mention one interesting point. About 10 or 15 moves ago now, Fabiano did turn down the chance to repeat the position. It wouldn't have been the third time, but he was the one who kind of broke out of that sequence. So he was the one who was playing for the win, who turned down the opportunity to likely draw that game. And I think Wesley kind of slightly demoralized by that. That's kind of hence why Wesley's been burning so much time on the clock. But what do we think here, Judith? This must be the critical move.
I wonder what Black has in mind, because it seems like is he sacrificing a pawn for activity? Because after knight b7, if we dive into some moves, Black has to go, I think, king d7, because he has to defend the c7 pawn. That's what I would believe. And if after king d7, knight takes a5, if rook a8, then b4.
Yeah, it looks like you're winning the pawn back, but b4 shuts the door, holds onto this knight, and it's still a pawn. I think one question might be whether this endgame is drawn, for example, knight to c4, trying to trade off these knights, and whether you can hold this, but this is miserable. You're pawn down as black.
Well, here you have to fight for your life.
Yeah.
Black. As far as I understand, king e4, even some idea going king f5, king g6 at some point. I mean, this is not exactly you want to play against Fabiano, even though if you're going to make a draw, I don't think it is so easy.
And what about the alternatives? Knight b7 check, as you say, it's likely the king goes back. We take. What else can black try? I'm struggling. I just assume he's got it all calculated out because it's Wesley So, but you can see on the camera Wesley is deep in concentration. Maybe he's doubting himself. Maybe he's just double-checking his variations in his mind.
Could you leave that knight sidelined and actually step forward with your own pawn to b4 with the idea that then you step over to rook a8?
Yeah.
Yeah, b4 is something I would also think, but several ideas to work with white. a3 I can go, and after rook a8, rook c takes rook a8, rook c5, or just to play b3. Yeah, there, knight rook c5.
Holds the pawn. You said b3 as well in this position. Just dropping the knight back, maybe.
Yeah, and dropping back to c4 or knight b7 and to c5. Black knight can be stationed on d5, which can be very nice, and the b4 pawn is holding up the a pawn for the moment. But still, pawn up is a pawn up, right? I mean, it's better if we have the extra pawn and not the opponent.
That does kind of hint that Fabi in this position, I mean, if you don't play knight b7, this opportunity will disappear. Black will simply push the pawn to a safe square like a4. So if there's no risk attached, you take the pawn. You should kind of ask your opponent if they have compensation, if they've worked it out.
Yeah, I think there is no other way for white than to take the pawn. But maybe Fabiano got surprised on this a5 and he's trying to figure out first what is really behind the a5. Is it only activity, what Wesley has in mind, or is there something concrete?
The evaluation bar still isn't impressed at all. I saw a featured chat a few minutes ago saying it's impressive these players can keep the game at 0.0 just the whole time. But yeah, here's the first kind of puzzling, confusing moment because black is a pawn down after all and not winning it back immediately. It must be the word activity you mentioned, Judith. Just how? That's the big question.
Could you get active with the rook? Rook e1.
Go behind, maybe try to hit this pawn, try to go for this pawn later.
At the same time, the question is, where are you heading to?
If white just drops back, maybe with the knight.
d1.
I'm going to come back around. I'm protecting this pawn. Maybe more kind of under Judith's kind of lines. Sorry, not rook a8 here, but first b4 in this position. And if b3, maybe now we come behind. Still, I don't know where I'm going, as you say.
Yeah.
I want to checkmate the white king, knight on d5, push the pawn.
I'm glad you said checkmate the king, because it suddenly occurred to me that white's king isn't necessarily that secure. So maybe like we can start with the knight on a5, the rook goes back to e8.
So this position?
Yeah. So is there any way that black can
play for mate?
Play for mate.
It would require pushing either the f or h pawns, pushing the black g pawn, so that's 2 moves.
Yeah, exactly.
3 moves, knight d5, close the door on the white king, and then 4, so it's 4 moves. I don't know, unfortunately it feels like white has time to escape. White can just push this pawn and there's already escape route for the king.
If you start off with f5, for instance.
Maybe the rook can go pawn hunting already.
And the evaluation bar is really not approving of my attempts to make sense of Wesley's sacrifice.
Well, if something, I think then not f5 but h5 if you want to play for some checkmate ideas, which seems to be not executable. Because rook c5 anyway and g5 probably white can just capture on b5.
Just to show this, white can just ignore the threats. If you give a check, the white king simply has 1 safe square, and that's enough. 2 pawns up now. hitting this pawn as well. So no checkmate attacks for black.
So if we go back, I think black should be thinking about activity. And if you see it very nicely, it showed a knight b7 on the board, that somehow black wants to get his knight to d5. That's the place it deserves to be. But the question will be whether is it worth giving up a pawn for this? And I'm very curious if rook c8, knight c4, the idea you told, is behind it, or b4. I would go b4, I think.
Yeah, b4, it's too late. Don't allow that white knight to get anchored. You have moment of truth. Will Wesley push that black pawn? Will he play rook a8, hit the white knight?
Well, he's answered very quickly.
Rook e8.
And so well, he must be planning knight c4 and having enough confidence in holding this position. A pawn down.
Yeah, and for a moment there, Fabiano didn't look too happy. He kind of looked away from the board, kind of scratched his head. He's like, maybe he's going to hold a draw by force. That's always the most frustrating thing when you're grinding away, slowly making progress, and your opponent finds kind of a direct path. But it didn't look obvious.
And of course, it's a big temptation and a great wish for a player like Fabiano that today, if he wins, he can just say that we are done. And before the last round, he would most likely be the winner, as Nakamura has a position which is a little bit worse or very uncomfortable to play. So it's temptation to fight for it, how to win this game. And the good thing is that it's only him who can fight for a win. So this is a very ideal situation for a tournament leader.
Knight c4 on the board. These knights are going to get traded off.
Inevitable. The knights will disappear. It's a rook endgame. White will be a pawn up.
But it's interesting, again, it's just another example where you see the top players, they just hate to be in a passive situation and sit there and wait until your opponent is squeezing you and torture you and playing for your weaknesses. And there are so many examples where simply in these kind of situations you give up material in order to get back the activity and to try to get the compensation for the sacrificed material.
Yeah, always defend actively. I think that's the key. That's the thing we learn from these elite players.
Though nowadays, maybe it's less since we have the engines, and the engines love extra material, and even they go for passive play many times. But still, I believe most of the good players, they always prefer activity than and sacrifice something for it.
Yeah, I would say actually that's where technology's revolutionized it. Engines used to be obsessed with material until the last 2-3 years, or at least until recent times. And now, actually, when I analyze with them, if there's a forcing move, it's always the top one. If there's a way to defend actively, it's always kind of chosen. So yeah, it's kind of what Wesley's trying to do here. It's whether it works or not. I'm looking at the bar, I'm thinking, okay, it works, but I'm still surprised he's gone for it so confidently, so quickly there, Wesley So. Because it looks like White will win a pawn, White's king will be active. I think we'll have to wait to find out whether he's successful in his defensive efforts.
Yeah, I agree with you there, David. Let's check out the bird's eye view and have a look at the other games in progress. And a lot of exciting things have happened. I mean, I can see that in the game between Firouzja and Anish Giri, the tension in the center has resolved, and the knight has appeared on f5, which, as we all know, knight on f5 will thrive. And Gukesh has entrenched a knight on c6. Which one? Looks like there's going to be more fireworks.
I would be happy to visit the Alireza Anish game.
Okay.
Let's go there.
And you have to remember, both these players, according to our resident statistician, Tari Zimmerman, says that they have 0.1% chance of winning the tournament.
Wow, 0.1, that's not a great amount.
But it means it is not all lost.
But I can say that this is the wonderful when we see top players still being interested in the competition when they practically have no chance to succeed. Though both of these players, I'm pretty sure they were toying with the idea that, well, it would be nice to win the tournament. And for both of them, it would be possible, right? It wouldn't be something that people would be surprised completely. So for them, obviously, they feel that they wanted more out of this tournament. But this is a situation that they are not going to be fighting for the first place, but still they are fighting it out, and we see a very interesting position. And I'm surprised that Alireza was able to reach out to f5, because if I know this, then I would take white before. I didn't realize that he will have enough time to reach this destination with this knight.
Yeah, so one strong piece here for white, Judy. It's enough to attract you here. It's enough to, you think, give maybe attacking chances long term for white.
It's just the queen on c2 is misplaced, let's face it. Needs to be on the king side, on f3.
Or at some point, if the knight can move away, the only problem is for white if knight from d2 moves away with the idea bishop h6 and queen d2, that black most likely places his knight on b3, and he covers very important squares from the queen, the d2 and c1.
Yeah, that's very annoying. And okay, here the big question for Firouzja is how to improve his pieces. Like you say, kind of centralizing a rook is one move. Yeah, if you can't get your queen into the game, do you have to try now? It feels awkward, it feels clumsy, but going back to square one, retreating pieces, we've seen it today.
But I think now there are quite a few options for white. For example, first of all, white can go g5 time to time, which I think would be probably early. But for example, what about playing king h2, moving away the bishop, and then rook g1, g5 idea? Or king h1. I don't know where exactly I would rather have the king, because of course it has pros cons on both move, but maybe king h1. So there are quite several attacking ideas for the future for white.
Yeah, let's jump in and show some of those ideas. We have one of the world's greatest attackers here, so I want to make use of that. I want to learn a few things. So king h1, wow. Threatening or hinting at rook g1, g5. Let's say
I'm not hiding very much my idea.
Let's say I make a move, then suddenly rook g1.
Rook g1.
Now you're only 2 moves away from blowing open the king side. Oh, I would start to get scared. I do feel that black's maybe main idea is to play c4.
c4.
Yeah.
Exactly, and eliminate my attacker on e3.
Just before you get ideas of trying to sacrifice around my king, trying to break it open. Maybe, for example, in the current position, that's kind of a small positional threat to play c4, get these bishops off. But how to prevent that? I don't see a way. Yeah, this, like you said, Jude, it's just so annoying to put it on the board. Knight to b3, hitting the rook, and this white queen now is kind of in a way trapped. Just no way to get active. This is the current position. I would just be lazy and play rook d1, but
yeah, rook d1 seems to be one of the most, or maybe the most logical move. But black is going to go rook d7, rook d8.
Yeah.
Well, c4 on the board.
He beat me to it. I was just as I said rook d1, I was like, wait, c4. Just if black's idea is c4, we should play c4.
It also crossed my mind, to be honest, but I don't know, to have this d4 square weakness, it can be tricky. And of course b4 is something I would consider at first with black.
Yeah, if b4 happens, then black has great potential long term on the queen side. Also, this knight might re-centralize, reposition itself, rotate round to d4, beautiful outpost. But at least now, this bishop survives.
And yeah, I mean, we've seen several games in this tournament where there was badly placed a7 bishop or a2 bishop, right? Yeah. And this is exactly another example where it might be the case that the bishop on a7 is going to suffer there for a long time without becoming reasonably placed. Let's say the bishop on f8 would be now already a much better placement.
Yeah, teleport. We need it. Bishop on f8 would defend everything. Yeah, so maybe there's some danger here. For example, if white does ever kind of get the rook across, knight f3, take and drop the queen back. Black's king lacks defenders. Takes a few moves, but certainly might have that time if things block up. Does Anish have anything more powerful here to kind of release the tension in this position? After c4, I mean, there's the option of taking, but it feels wrong positionally and maybe dynamically.
Yeah, b takes c4 is kind of something to consider, right? And after knight c4, knight b3 and knight d4 maybe?
To come round. Somehow it feels wrong. Just this white knight is so nice. Maybe we kind of play around a knight on d4 if it ever lands. But yeah, both sides have beautiful knights now. It's just, I don't know what to do next.
Or maybe queen d2.
Uh-huh.
Enter to d6 on knight b3.
Yeah, that's a clever idea. Queen d2. You could always kind of sneak around with Ivanka's idea maybe as well.
B
Queen
takes
d6.
c4 is on the board.
Oh.
Wow. Okay. B takes c4, played by Anish Giri. Anti-positional, breaking his pawn structure, but he didn't want the position to lock up.
Actually, after knight c4, maybe black can just take on c4 and start pushing, putting pressure on the b2 pawn, playing rook b8.
Yeah, quite likely. Maybe just piece trades, just even if you kind of worsen your structure, maybe that's the name of the game right now. Yeah.
And I think at one point, I think rook will stand on e6. So whenever white wants to make all these bishop h6 things, it would be a great defender over there.
The rook truly wants to stand on d4 though, I just have a feeling.
One of them, but we have two rooks.
Yeah, thematic sacrifice there, but meanwhile still so tense. I wonder if Magnus would still pick black if given the option. Oof, yeah, this one, I have a feeling there'll be a winner. I just don't know who it will be. And I think a time scramble as well is guaranteed. We're only at move 20 now, and both players down below the hour mark already.
I'm curious, is it possible to play now rook d1? Just to keep it the way it is? And are you going to defend the pawn on c4? Or would you be protecting it?
Yeah, let's jump in and ask that question. Rook d1. So the question is to defend or not to defend. I don't really want to put my bishop on the e6 square now that you've said I should use my rook for that square.
Well, I don't know, but you know what is my plan with white? Is to go knight b1 and c3.
Wow. That is another level of sophistication. That's a
I don't know
beautiful
if
square.
I have enough time.
But it makes the b2 pawn very weak.
Well, it's not knight b1 which makes it very weak. It's weak by itself. It was not me who did that. I'm going to defend it with rook e2.
I thought bishop c1 sometimes. Retreat
well,
all the
you
pieces.
never know, yeah.
Yeah, for example, queen... Oh, I can't really attack it, actually. I was going to say queen b6, queen b7, but I'm going to walk into some nasty...
But I think you can leave it, right? You can first of all reinforce the light squared. I wanted to hold on to c4. So, for instance, maybe use the time to go bishop e6, since you can't take on a4 because the b2 pawn drops.
Let's say the white knight comes out.
Yeah, and now do Judith's idea of knight b3, and then stick the knight on d4.
Yeah, beautiful home for that piece.
Yeah, that's the key counterplay, I think, for black to have it on d4. But in the meantime, we have a move. Knight takes c4.
He doesn't want to be material down, Firouzja, and I said it to the two of you in the break. I'm just getting so many flashbacks of a game I had against Firouzja. In that game, it was basically the same pawn structure. He also played c4 at some moment, and I later blundered a knight takes h6 tactic. So watch out for that one to happen a bit later in the game.
And now black will be fighting some way or another to push the queen back from c4 and play c4 himself. The question is how to implement it.
Yeah, you need to kick the queen away, that's step 1. Then you need to push your pawn forward, step 2. Then you need to trade off the dark squared bishop, step 3, and you're safe.
But for now, you cannot play bishop e6 because queen takes a4 will be the reaction.
Yeah, so problems.
You don't want to go bishop b6 to waste time. So some rook b8, and maybe rook b8 and bishop b5 with the idea later c4.
Yeah, step 1 is the hardest one to achieve. So maybe rook b8 looks natural to me.
It's not actually easy to defend the b2 pawn.
Yes, but the white queen will come to c1.
Yeah, and threaten bishop takes pawn.
Oof.
Yeah, for example, if rook a b8, then maybe white can just...
In fact, after rook a b8, can't you
Take
Almost
immediately.
take it immediately.
The only thing is that after bishop h6,
Let's show this on the board.
Yeah, you can take.
Oh, rook b8 also happened now.
it was played.
So queen c1.
Or rook d1, because I would love to have my rook first on the d file and only after that to bring my queen back.
Oh, there's sacrifices in the air.
Let's show what happens if I take this pawn now. Judith,
I'm
are you
very
going for it?
generous. You
Yeah.
can take that pawn, like.
And are you going to take the, you can take the
And I
bishop?
go
Bishop takes h6.
immediately or come queen c1 first.
Yeah, maybe queen c1 first.
Yeah, queen c1 hitting this rook, and now I'll just, for argument's sake, I'll play a move like rook b3. I know that's probably not the best one, but just to let you show your idea, bishop takes h6, right?
Well, we're
maybe-
gonna grab it. Yeah, I don't know if it's good, but we're gonna grab it.
Looks good. And I can eliminate your knight, for example, now. I take it, but let's show what happens here. I guess you jump in with the queen. I can take this knight, but... Oh, maybe that was even stronger.
It was
Maybe.
rook takes bishop.
Oh, Yavanka. Rook takes bishop.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have taken that knight just to show now it's unstoppable queen and knight combo. Checkmate guaranteed unless black parts with the queen. Nice tactics.
Yeah, there was always that move in the air as well. So, a lot of danger. After you mentioned, like, you fell foul of this bishop takes h6, I was like, oh, that's the way forward.
And the worst thing is, in that game against Firouzja from 2 years ago, I was always looking at like bishop takes h6 every move, bishop takes h6, bishop takes h6. The one time I forgot to calculate, he played knight takes h6, and he managed to beat me. And Judith, maybe that's why your rook a d1 move by instinct could be quite nice to at some point eliminate this bishop to ensure this white knight survives till a bit later on. Also to point out, if black ever takes this knight, for example here, white will get fantastic positional compensation by taking with the pawn, and this bishop is unleashed.
Oh yeah.
On the long diagonal.
That's too nice to be true for white.
Yeah.
So, yeah, interesting moment for Firouzja lining up the sacrifices.
Okay, and on that note, I think it's the perfect time to go to the bird's eye view and check out some of the other games, because I see action is about to explode in quite, well, another game I have my eye on, which is the Gukesh against Tari, because take a look at all those beautiful pawns
Wow.
in the center. That is full-on tension.
That is the definition of tension. All of the pawns there, the whole white and black armies staring down at each other. Almost, invading now for white. This white knight is a bit stuck, but at the moment it will cost black a couple of moves to take it. I think white wants to play e4 next move, just to create the symmetry with the pawns here in the center. This is wild. Where to even start, Judith? Where to even start calculating?
Well,
Captures.
Checks, captures and threats.
I mean, it sounds so basic, but I mean, it's so true. I mean, you've got to practice all your tactics and all this way of thinking, so much so that it becomes automatic, like our friend Judith. I've noticed for you, you've practiced it so long and for so many years that those are your first instincts.
yes, absolutely. And of course, in such a position, you have to take something, right? You cannot just leave it there. It's either you start with bishop c6 or take with c takes d4 or e takes d4. And the problem is that you have to start with one of them and then go on with the others. And sometimes it's a problem when you have little time, and actually the time is running down for Tari. He only has 37 minutes by now. It does make a difference whether what your intuition says where to start, because in this way you can spend and eat up your time so easily that you start calculating this. I don't like it, then I try the other one. I don't like it, then you don't go all the way. You try the next one, and then you just start to be confused.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 4 logical captures.
Well, basically, if we think about it, bishop c6, I think it can be eliminated fast. Because b takes c6, if we can jump into some lines.
Yep.
And there I think black would lose material. Takes on c6, c takes d5, and black cannot capture it back because of bishop f3, right? And if this is bad for black, then it means that after c takes d5 you have to move away. White has a bishop pair, and also sometimes to take on g4 and actually capture a pawn. So this I would not like to look further for the moment.
So let's rule out bishop takes knight.
Yeah, because let's see if others are even worse or not. So right now, d takes c4. D takes c4 I also don't like because d5 can happen.
Boom.
I think there is a huge advantage. Certainly the c6 knight never will be able to take it in good circumstances, and after this knight c4, so that would be a huge advantage for white.
Let's just point out queen takes pawn, walks into a nasty knight fork.
Oh yeah.
But it also means, just by looking at this tactic, that white is actually threatening pawn takes pawn.
Exactly, the starting
so
position.
Suddenly we have an answer to where to begin.
Yes, absolutely. And then we have to take a look, c takes and e takes, which actually also doesn't look good. So after all, now black is in a big question what to do.
Yeah, in this position, just to show all of the options here, any time a pawn lands on d5, it looks like black is just completely busted. White is winning because of this knight check, this knight fork. So why does the evaluation bar in the start position say that black is doing okay? It looks like every capture that we've seen so far leads in white's favour, and bishop takes knight eventually, after a long think there from Tari. Maybe this was the best of the bad bunch, and the key is whether he can find a different move, a different alternative.
What about playing here knight f6? Can black go something like that?
Aha. So not taking this pawn because of the variation we showed, just to put that on the board again, and disaster on the long diagonal. Instead, maybe just moving and getting ready to capture on this square with a knight. Oof, I really want to play e4. I know it's probably not a good move, but just to stare down.
I think it's a great move. Put it on the board.
I mean, it doesn't change the evaluation too much.
That's the fun move.
That's the fun move, but maybe not the best move. What could be good for white here?
But you know what? Maybe after bishop g4, knight g4, e4.
Oof, trade-off. And maybe now, just to cement a pawn on the d5 square. This would be aesthetically just beautiful. And look, this pawn is going to decide the game long term. I mean, these two are going to run. I really don't envy Arian right now. It feels like he's under a lot of pressure. This is the current position. He spent a long time with bishop takes c6 and no immediate follow-up. He's got to do something about this knight, unless he's getting ready to sacrifice. Do you think he can take on d4?
With e takes d4, you mean?
Well, can I enlighten you guys? I checked the computer, I've checked the oracle, and the oracle says there's only one way for Arian to survive these complications, and he has to take the pawn, but the key is to not take the second pawn.
So take, there's 3 pawns to take, I'm assuming.
Yes.
It's queen takes c6.
Queen takes c6. Sorry, yeah, I should have been clearer. No. And after c takes d5, step back with the queen.
To c7?
To b7.
Oh, b7. Okay.
But whether that's... Let me check for you whether it has to be b7. No, any queen retreat is fine.
And he minimizes the damage.
Well, maybe objectively is fine, but still there is going to be a huge fight. For example, I want to take it on e5, I believe. Then probably bishop e5 is the best, right?
Okay, just to trade off everything. Let's say a position like this one, or maybe you take with the other knight, I'm not sure. Maybe the other knight. Yeah, still tense. Looks like a Grinfeld kind of now. Just white has a very strong pawn, but black has active pieces.
Well, this is going to be a huge battle. Yeah. And it's very dangerous for black. You have to play really the most precise moves. And having 32 minutes for the rest of the game, it's not making it easy.
Yeah, we're only at move 16. Even before he gets the 10-second increment, he needs to make 24 moves now, Arian. Actually, this is his 16th, so 25 moves in 31 minutes. Just over 1 minute per move on average. Difficult times.
Yeah, it is a difficult position for Arian. And on that note, let's go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at the games. So one thing I can see immediately from the Alireza Firouzja Anish Giri is that basically you guys have been completely right in your prediction. It was as you've actually said. And the game that I would like to kind of check out is of course, Nodirbek against Hikaru, because Hikaru is beginning to just minimally turn things in his favor, and I'm only saying this because he's actually bearing down on the c3 pawn.
Yeah, we haven't been at this game in a while. Last we were here, we said, okay, maybe Hikaru under some slight pressure, but should be roughly balanced, and this is the position we see in front of us. A lot of minor pieces have disappeared, a set of pawns have disappeared. Jovanka, you mentioned some hope, some pressure along the c-file, but white is tied down now defending this pawn. What do we think? The remaining pieces, this black bishop is very, very passive, but it holds everything together. White's bishop not necessarily that impressive.
Yeah, now that the board is in full screen, I've changed my mind. Primarily because the b7 pawn is also weak.
Yeah, also a target here. This looks almost identical to a variation of the Petrov defense, where it's kind of just maintaining the status quo. Black has pressure on the c-file, white has pressure on the b-file, and neither side can really make progress. Judith, who would you pick here?
I wouldn't be worried that much playing with black, I believe. Yeah, I'm not happy to have the e6 bishop on the same square, same diagonal as all the other pawns, like on the white square. I have these pawns, but the c3 is really weak. So I'm not sure black has to worry so much, though rook b3 can be the next move for white and put pressure on the b7. At first it doesn't look so bad for black, but white can press.
Black has one trick at his disposal. For instance, say you step forward with your king g7, and then rook b3. I just wanted to highlight that you can play b6.
Yeah, let's put this on the board. If black does play a move like king g7, also just genuinely a useful move. Sometimes you want to play rook h8, h4, go for the attack if given the time. But
you read my mind.
Just to put your other idea on the board, Jovanka, if white does attack this pawn, black could always react if necessary by pushing forward. And here, let's say if everything gets traded off, then the c3 pawn drops at the end, and this would just be close to a draw. So it feels like even if things go wrong for Hikaru, they can't go too badly wrong. Just about whether he can hope for more than this level-looking endgame. Yeah. Anything more to add here? It looks very balanced to me.
Yeah, b6 is a good idea. Probably white would be playing on and king g7 is on the board. So after rook b3, the question is, actually after rook b3, the a5 pawn would be hanging. So queen b7 was not even a threat. Queen b2.
Maybe
c4 might be the idea. Really.
Oh wow, is this a draw offer from Hikaru? He's just gone forward with his king to g7, then he's gone back with his king. Like you said, Judith, the white queen was indirectly maybe hinting at some discovered attacks later on.
But actually it was not true, because after c4, d takes c4, d5, c3 was possible.
Yeah.
But maybe Hikaru just thinks that nothing can be done with white.
But sometimes it's really nice to kind of gauge whether your opponent is happy with a draw.
Just asking the question.
Exactly. And then once you've got your answer, you can then decide for yourself. Although, having said all that, judging from Hikaru's body language, it does look like Hikaru is resigned to a draw.
But also it's a psychological thing that Hikaru probably wanted to say that, okay, I'm okay with the draw. Are you? And then if he starts, Nodirbek starts to push it, then maybe he will have this mindset that I have to win. If Hikaru wants a draw, I should try it. And this is what Hikaru wants. That white starts to play maybe more aggressive, though it's not so easy to play aggressive here with white. But there are two weaknesses of white, right? c3 and a5.
Ooh. Well, interesting moment in this game. Will it fizzle out into a draw immediately? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But I think this is the perfect time to take a break. And, of course, I have to mention that it is Don't miss your chance to win Diamond membership this Friday. The Chess.com Discord server is hosting an arena with 4 Diamond memberships up for grabs. To stake your claim, join the Discord at go.chess.com/Discord. Then head over to go.chess.com/connect and connect your account. And you're done. You can now compete in the weekly arena for our Discord community and win free Diamond membership. Use !Discord in chat now. And we'll be back soon, but don't go anywhere. Things are heating up and the action will be back right after this break.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. You getting started on the fundamentals? You should check out everyone's first chess workbook. Maybe you want to stop letting all those points slip away in the endgame. 100 endgames you must know is the course for you. Did you not notice your king was in check and still can't figure out why the pieces won't move? Actually, Chessable can't help you with that. Maybe try refreshing your tab. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
Hello and welcome back, and I hope you're ready for all the action that is going to be coming your way today. And there we see Anish Giri and Alireza Firouzja in deep thought as they figure out all the complexities in their game. But on the other hand, in the break, we actually had a result. And if we go back to the bird's eye view, we can see there is a half-half. Or it's a new board set up because it was a draw between Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So. So David, tell us exactly what happened in the end.
Yeah, in the end, the game between Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So did end in a repetition of moves. As we mentioned, Caruana was a pawn up, but Wesley held it very, very kind of resourcefully there. And this is the position we last left this game, just to show how things ended. Black did indeed drop the knight into c4, forcing the trade of knights here. And despite the fact that white is a pawn up, he was not able to make progress. He started with g4, maybe hoping to snake in with the white king a bit later on, but black's king was first towards the center, king d6, and after a trade of pawns here, first a check, a very important check actually from Wesley So. This was the annoying move, rook takes a2, and white simply cannot advance because his own pawns are dropping. After this, Fabiano decided, okay, safety first was needed. His king dropped back to defend those pawns, and c6, king f3, we saw that white is simply stuck. White is frozen here because he needs to keep his b4 and d4 pawns defended with his rook. He needs to keep the other pawns defended with his king, and there's no way to make progress. After g3, the position repeated itself. King d5, and a dance between the rook and king. The rook steps back, the king steps forward, and this game did fizzle out. We're straight to Armageddon.
Well, I'm very impressed by the defensive skills Wesley So showed in this game. I mean, he was just smelled it, that it can be so dangerous that he's just ready to give up a pawn and look for counterplay. And look at that in the final position. Black has the rook on b2, which is the best place for the rook in such an endgame. Attacking on the second rank, the f2, and from the back attacking the b4 pawn. And this way, black can hold the draw without any difficulties.
Yeah, just impressive. He had to foresee this setup just 10 moves ago when he sacrificed that pawn. But it was the most efficient way, and he got the result he desired. Fabiano, now he'll hold the lead, but that lead might diminish.
It might diminish, and especially when you think that Hikaru Nakamura, who is in second place, is trailing him by 2 points. Well, what do we think about Fabiano's chances in Armageddon? He did win one game, but he also lost on Tuesday against Gukesh, although he had a great position.
Well, as he's in great form in this tournament, I would say that he has better chances.
Okay.
He has better chances, I think.
Yeah, although thinking back, Fabiano, he's got 1 out of 2 Armageddon. Wesley, so quick, so solid. Yeah, I don't know. I'll say Wesley just to spice up the tournament standings.
What about you?
I'm going to agree with David. I think Wesley is very fast and also incredibly solid when he wants to be. Okay, so let's review the other games in play.
Well, Nodirbek, for example, still trying to win. It was very clearly said silently by Nakamura that he's ready for a draw because he started to move the king when his optimal position was queen on c7 and rook on c8. He started to play with the king to g8 and g7, kind of offering a draw, but Nodirbek still tries to maneuver around with his queen and the rook.
But is this also a draw offer from Nodirbek? Because I'm sure I've seen that queen do a dance. It went to b5, b2, e2, b5, and then back again.
A little triangle that we can draw here, Jovanka. The white queen has been using these 3 squares. And here I expect Nakamura to just move his queen as well. No need to allow white to get ambitious and kind of plant a queen in the center of the board and controlling things. No need to change things up too much either. So, yeah,
At the same time, I think for Nodirbek, it's a very nice feeling that he's the boss. He's playing. He's going to be deciding whether he's ready for a draw or not. So he can still maneuver around, put the queen on e3, put it back, going here, going there. Maybe he wants to place his rook later on to b5, or now he wants to go queen b2. Maneuvering, and when it seems like you're just making moves, it's not always in reality that you're just making moves. Sometimes you can just improve little by little and go on the nerves of your opponent also.
Just go round and round and round till they get dizzy. They lose their bearings. That's what he's trying to do, Nodirbek.
In fact, I heard that was a technique that's often used by grandmasters. They make a lot of nothing moves that forces their opponents to think, and then they switch tack and play something aggressive at the very last minute.
Well, Karpov did it many times, generally speaking, especially in the drawish endgames. In the 5th or 6th hour, unfortunately, I was also experiencing this. They're just going this way, that way. You try to play fast, but still you're spending your time. And then when you're low on time, then he does something that is annoying, or you just went wrong and you lost the thread anyway already by that time.
Yeah, I know a lot of top players, they take inspiration from tennis. It's like you're having a rally, you're just kind of slowly putting the ball back and forth. Suddenly you hit a harder shot, a faster shot, your opponent just can't react in time, and that's what you have to do in these types of slower positions. Just change the pace, keep them guessing. And I don't expect Nakamura to crack, but it's nice to see Abdusattorov playing on no fear despite having a tough tournament in the last few rounds. So we're expecting the equilibrium to be maintained here. Should we go check out some other games?
Yes, I'm glad that you used the word equilibrium, because there's a position I'm dying to revisit, which looks like there is no equilibrium at all. And it's the one with between Gukesh and Ariane.
But if we talk about the other game between Alireza and Anish, it's the same story. It's just it's crazy complicated.
Okay, which one we have?
No, we go to Gukesh, because that's really important moves has happened since we visited last.
Yeah, important moves, but we were able to predict some of them. Gukesh going for the beauty prize, going for glory by throwing his e-pawn forward as well. Let's just jump in and backtrack one move, because it was a vital move. And here we saw, instead of taking the pawn, actually keeping the balance here objectively, Tari did crack under the pressure, and knight f6. Branded with a question mark, not the best move, making his position worse, and that was partly because of this one, a stunner, pawn to e4, and we had the standoff, we had the face-off between black's pawns, white's pawns.
As you suggested it previously, he wanted to have the 3 pawns just there, c4, d4, e4, opposite to the c5, d5, e5 pawns.
And who's
wrestling in the center.
I would have liked to have seen like Gukesh's face when he made that move, and also Ariane's reaction would have been like, whoa, what is this? What have I done?
At this point, he's so used to Gukesh throwing pawns forward. Look at this kind of straggler on c6, locked behind enemy lines, that I think Ariane would have expected this, and he did meet this with knight takes e4. But now, wow, click here and you miss it. Quick flurry of moves, c takes d5, really nice one here, and it must be in this position that Gukesh has something strong. Okay. So much tension. Which knight to capture first of all? Whether to pin this knight against the black queen?
Well, I would think knight takes e4 and d5.
Ooh, passed pawns. Looks so tempting, looks really visually striking here. Black's a pawn up, but who cares about the number of pawns? It's about how far advanced they are, and he's heading straight down this line, Judah.
And importantly, the white square bishop is right there for white, so bishop a6 can be a continuation, supporting the c6 passed pawn, or just to play bishop f3. But of course, we'll see how strong are these double passed pawn, connected passed pawns.
How do you even stop this pawn running forward after a move like bishop to f3? Black has to rely on some tactics. We should mention that this is not quite a threat yet. It looks like white is about to win a piece with f3 and forking the black queen and knight, but f3 is met by a queen check, so at least black can ignore that one temporarily. But yeah, it's the pawns. It's all about the pawns. We're assuming he's going to go for this. Actually, Ariane has paused after knight takes knight, not automatically recapturing.
Yes, because it's not tempting to allow white to get these last pawns, but it seems like there's nothing better.
Yeah, after a bit of thought, queen takes knight. Down to 25 minutes now, and it's only the halfway mark before they reach the golden move 40, where they do get a 10-second increment. And d5 instantly from Gukesh. This is a lesson in creating and maintaining passed pawns so far.
Yeah, totally. Difficult to suggest a move for Ariane. I'm trying, but c7 and bishop a6 is also such a huge threat.
At the same time, after c7, bishop a6, c8 is still not the big threat. The big threat is to move on with the other pawn, d6, and possibly pushing to d7. And that is the painful thing for black. The question is whether can he go some kind of counter chance playing f5, f4 at some point. It's kind of a panic reaction, I understand, but maybe I should do something like that.
Yeah, it makes sense. If you can start counter-striking against the white king, then you have to go for it. I mean, one question is whether white just continues and ignores, or does white react if you push forward? The problem is that this bishop now is a bit stuck. I don't know whether you can drop back. I don't know whether you take this knight, but either way, at least you're creating some confusion here for black. It feels like f5 must be on the cards. If not, you have to move one of the two rooks and just hope that you put them on good squares, but wherever you go, you might get hit by those advancing foot soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Difficult position for black.
And actually, even if you go rook d8, already immediately c7 can be a killer.
Mm-hmm. Just to show rook
yeah,
takes
because
pawn.
rook d5, bishop f3.
Yeah. All the targets kebabbed on this diagonal. Rook takes queen. And wow, you can even just take this back with a rook.
Rook d1. Yeah, rook
Beautiful.
takes.
And once you take this black rook next move, you make a new queen yourself.
David, look at here, the bishop pair.
I talk about it too much, Judith. That's all I ever talk about, the bishop pair, and it's that pair reigning supreme right now in the current position. Knight takes knight and d5 on the board. Poor Ariane, when it rains, it pours.
Maybe we can zoom out and take a look at the Alireza game, because that's also something where, ooh.
Fiery stuff.
And the time is ticking, and Alireza went down to under 22 minutes, while Anish also has 33 left only.
Yeah, Alireza Firouzja is just sacrificing material, Judith, just no fear. He's creating chaos, and he's forced Anish into a mistake. Look at this question mark attached to Anish Giri's last move. A mistake, making his position worse.
It seems like he had an opportunity, missed opportunity. What has happened to him?
Yeah, should we do an action replay quickly of
Definitely.
the last two
I
moves?
think we have to.
I'm very curious how the exchange was sacrificed.
Yeah, so we left it in this position. Black has just attacked the white queen, and rather than retreating, we were looking in this direction, going the whole way back, maybe sacrificing on h6. He simply took a pawn, walking into a double attack here, walking into a fork. Bishop to b3 hits the rook, hits the queen, and he was happy to simply step away, gaining the black bishop. We talked about sacrificing a rook for this bishop in other variations to ensure that this white knight survives forever. The white queen as well on a nice kind of line here, threatening all sorts of checks, all sorts of attacks. Knight takes pawn, for example. This was met by rook e6. You predicted this type of thing happening a while ago, Judith. Queen back, rook takes pawn, bishop f1, about to step onto the newly vacated light square diagonal, and rook e to b6 is the mistake. Apparently. Black maybe with an objective small advantage, but so difficult to navigate these chaotic positions.
Yeah. Well, this is looking very, very exciting, but something even more exciting is about to occur. It is going to be our second Armageddon game of the round. We are going to see Fabiano Caruana fighting off against Wesley So. Fabiano Caruana has 10 minutes on the clock. Wesley has only 7. But it is Fabiano in a must-win situation, and he opens with d4.
So the biggest question is, where will Fabiano Caruana deviate? He was deep in preparation in the previous game between these two, and wow, it's Wesley who deviates now. It's the Queen's Gambit declined. I was thinking, okay, Wesley got a good solid position out of the first game. He managed to draw quite impressively with black, but now he switched it up, Judith.
But I think he's more of a player who likes to surprise the opponent. Obviously, it's not a surprise because Fabiano had to be prepared for this in the classical game to start with. But still, I'm also on that side that I rather switch. I mean,
especially in speed chess.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm prepared, I know that opening, I would rather switch the game.
Yeah, and this is topical stuff, of course. The Queen's Gambit Declined appeared in the recent World Championship match. It's entered a lot of top players' repertoires just recently because black is really flexible. Move order doesn't matter so much. You will survive the opening. Jovanka, you're an expert on this line yourself as black.
Sometimes is my answer. Sometimes I play this very well, sometimes I get tricked. And there we see Wesley initiating exchanges very early on. This is one of black's approaches in order to release the light squared bishop. So general rule of thumb is that bishop on c8 can get out or has a roll, then black is doing okay.
If not, then black suffers. This black bishop is the key. Can he get it out? And right now there's a lot of tension in the center. This black knight looks nice and strong, but white is ready to eliminate that piece with the bishop and drop back with the white knight. I think Fabiano, he's planted his rooks on these central squares because he will want to open things up given the opportunity for white. But very tense right now. Wesley has one move before any action happens. How best to use it? And he backs up his knight.
So knight e5 will be on the board, I guess.
Yeah.
And then f3, e4 in the later stage.
Yeah, very shortly. Maybe it will happen in the next few moves. And Wesley brings his bishop out first of all. Okay, so at least getting ready to trade off some pieces if white does start stepping forward in the center.
Well, now also knight e2 makes a lot of sense, I think, with the threat of f3. If you want to save the knight, or playing immediately f3. That's also quite energetic.
Goes for the immediate f3, forcing a trade here. And now the question is, do you take black's bishop with your own bishop, or do you take back the black knight, which is the most important minor piece? He takes the knight. And now white is immediately ready to recapture, and stepping forward in the center, it's going to happen in the next move or two. Wesley needs to brace for impact.
Yes, and the key thing for Wesley is that once that pawn marches to e4, that Wesley does not relinquish the tension in the center. Instead, he maintains it for as long as possible.
Judith, who would you take here?
Well, I would probably rather take it with white, trying from this side, from that side, playing knight e5, if knight d7, maybe I go knight g4. I don't mind to end up knight on f2 supporting e4.
Rook e2.
He's going a different way of supporting his e-pawn push, and Wesley plays copycat. When in doubt, copy the opponent, and all the rooks stacked up on the e-file now.
But maybe he's going to go now knight f2 from the other side.
So
wow.
c4.
c4. Good move. I like it.
Good move, but now it makes the e-pawn push maybe slightly more difficult. He's going from a different angle, as you say there. Fabiano and Wesley. Okay, b6. So tense. That's the way to do it in Armageddon. In must-win situations, keep the tension. Try step forward if you can. And talking of stepping forward, Fabi immediately c5, locking down the queen side now.
Yeah, because after c5, maybe a4 will be the next move, and keeping the tension on the queen side, and then maybe regrouping his rook from e1 to c1, and suddenly there is a new target on c6.
Yeah. Prediction game on point, Judith, and yeah, big target. Actually, white is the one in charge. White holds the key on the queen side. Black doesn't want to touch anything because black will be left stranded with weaknesses. It's like a minority attack here that white is going for on the queen side.
Yeah, but it seems like Wesley is completely unfazed because he just simply steps forward his rook, defends the c6 pawn, and at the right time maybe even has active ideas on the king side. And that's like daydreaming though.
Yes. Definitely possible. The only problem here for white, for Fabiano, is that he has to pace it. He has to avoid rushing because this pawn is vulnerable. And
wow, look at
Jovanka.
g5.
Yeah, but g5 is just to take away the square from the white knight.
Are you sure it doesn't want to go g4 eventually?
Give it some time.
Yeah.
Watch out for the black king moving, maybe a rook sliding to g8, and then g4 being pushed a bit later on.
Now for white, I can imagine a great square for the knight on f5.
Oof. The problem with these types of knight maneuvers, they take 4 moves to get there.
Knight F1, Knight H1, G3, F5, and then right there.
It goes the other way. That would have been beautiful with the knight coming back to F2, H1, G3, and F5.
I'm not saying it's a very speedy knight, and I would have the time for it, but just for the imagination.
Maybe someday. It's definitely on Fabi's radar. And up to this point, both players playing quickly, same time difference between them, 3 minutes to start. Was the time deficit for Wesley, and still it's 3 minutes 7 now versus 4.
But after the knight went to b4, now already g4 makes much more sense for black. But maybe knight b4 is kind of a provocation also. But of course, Wesley, it's not so easy to provoke him.
He just protects his queen. So, I mean, the good news about that is that at least black's knight on f6 can be released from defensive duties. And I like this move from Wesley, just shifting the queen to the e line, keeping an eye on e3.
Yeah, weak pawn here. That's the root of all kind of troubles here for Fabi. Can he hold that pawn while going for his own action? Queen d2, just maneuvering now. What do you think? Will we see Wesley switch pace? Will he switch things up and go for the attack eventually with g4? Or is he just going to curl up into a ball?
But I wasn't sure this was possible.
Oops, a5?
Yes.
Knight c4. Okay.
He's got a square. Black's got a terrible pawn structure now with a backward pawn on c6.
Maybe rook c... no, rook c5. Knight a4, knight d5, queen moves away. Okay.
It gets sharp. Rook c5 you want before the black knight comes in and locks up that c-file.
Finally e4 in the game.
This is a sacrifice. What are his tactics?
To go a5.
Oh wow, and look at this, a double question mark move. A blunder there from Wesley So. He must have missed this one.
Because
a5.
knight c4 is not possible anymore. He has to go back, and then d5 will be, I guess. And
and he was banking on this move, e3, but the white queen is simply going to step away no matter where she goes. She has to keep an eye on this white knight. There we go. She retreats to e1. d5 is going to be a hammer blow next move due to the pin, as you mentioned, on the c-file. We saw that double question mark move. Huge blunder.
And the problem is for black that after knight d7, d5, it's not only the c6 pawn which is under attack, but the e3 is going to be falling off as well, because there's no good place for the rook to move away.
Yeah, black's position is collapsing. It's just like that Gukesh game. It's just pass pawns, just throw your pawns forward, and the opponent is struggling to deal with them.
But Gukesh is a pass pawn guy. I mean, he has so many pass pawns all the time.
But it just...
Fabi's learning.
It does highlight the cruelness of chess, though, because I think Wesley played a great game, but then he made one terrible blunder, and that's it. His position fell apart.
Well, that's how it can turn out to be, unfortunately.
Great spot from Fabi there, though, to play e4 to tempt Wesley into grabbing a pawn.
Wow.
Wow. Piece sacrifice from Wesley So, deciding that retreating, allowing white forward was not an option. And now the material count is knight for 2 pawns. Black has a strong e3 pawn, but it won't survive too long.
You feel like even moves like d5 will put the boot in.
That's a very Fabi type of move. He'll calculate, simplify the equation, trade off more pieces, trade off more pawns. A passive player like me would be inclined to just retreat, hold the d4 pawn, and try to round up black's pass pawn on e3. I think at this point, several strong moves for white.
Yeah, but still, the technique is very important, how you convert an advantage when you have.
I like your idea best, actually. You know, it's safer, and if 5 minutes, there's still some trouble left. Oh no, he goes for my move. Oh, and
looks good though.
Knight takes pawn, and the problem for black is that they can't slide over the rook to c6 because the knight will come to e7 and give a deadly check.
Yeah, rook c6, knight e7 is not one to blunder. But how to save this pawn? It doesn't look possible.
After queen c5, white can take on e3, and after f5, the king just moves out to h1.
Yeah.
But maybe not.
Maybe f1 the white king will hide on, just to make sure everything is protected.
Yes, everything is protected.
Yeah. Now running with the b pawn, but it doesn't look quick enough. That black b pawn is not going to run too much further. He's so close now. If he wins this game, Fabi, then Hikaru Nakamura must not lose, otherwise he will win the tournament. Okay, knight takes e3. This line you're mentioning, Judah, on point here, but white's king simply steps out of the pin.
As you pointed out, let's protect everything.
Curl up into a ball, all of white's pieces, nicely coordinated. Now the white knight is free to move. Do you rush with that? Do you move the white queen?
At the same time, if you move away with your knight, then queen c4 or queen b5, tying you up a little bit.
Yeah. This is a nasty pin. Still a bit annoying. White's knight now not ideally placed.
Yeah, at the same time, you can release the tension with knight b2, queen d2 and queen d3. And then everything on exchange mode.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where the black queen should pin from. Yeah, this pawn will get to b3, but no further. White's knight will blockade. And there we go, he does pin. I think you're right, Judith. Just some order, knight b2, queen d2, and white's still in control. But the evaluation bar's not 100% convinced, despite white's extra knight here. Do you think there are any swindling chances?
Well, there is some idea to play maybe after b3, move away with the rook to c6 and try to get into c2.
There's always hope, as long as the clocks are ticking. Fabi's slightly nervous there, but he does develop his queen. Now the white knight is coming.
King e1 on the board. Threatening rook takes rook.
And a mistake apparently there. Why could that be a mistake? Wow, what a move from Wesley So, dropping back, threatening checkmate in one move. He threatens to come into g1, but a red cross shows a missed opportunity. Maybe there was even stronger there. Maybe there was a way to equalize the game.
Isn't rook takes rook still very much a possibility?
It needs to be calculated. Rook takes rook leads potentially to simplifications. I think that's the move he wants to play, Fabi.
And Fabi just under 3.5 minutes, whereas Wesley has less than 2 minutes on the clock. And remember, the players are not getting any increment until they've passed move 40. And even then, the increment is only 1 second.
Yeah, we're at move 40 now, so they will be gaining 1 second per move. First, Fabi's calculating whether he can take this rook without allowing any nasty checks from behind. Queen to g1 check, for example. If he thinks that's safe, which it might well be, the white king can start running. Then he will go for it.
I think he's not going rook e6. He has to go back.
King back to f1. Yep, sometimes you've got to go
rook
back.
e3, for example, that cannot be played because that would be a blunder. And he goes rook e6.
He's a calculating machine. Fabi, he spent a long time there trying to work out whether this was viable, and it turns out it is. If black checks...
Of course, because I forgot that we are not exchanging the queens. Knight f2. Of course, knight f2, and that's whole of a different story. Then, of course, queen check, or the queen is very badly placed on g2.
Black queen almost trapped. It takes 2 or 3 moves to come back to
queen d7 maybe is the best.
Black's pawn's dropping off.
Yeah. The pawn on b3's life is charmed. The question is, do you hold on to the h2 pawn? My vibe is yes. Put it on h3 and let that knight be the supreme defender.
Yeah, you can tell Wesley's slightly nervous, slightly fidgety here. His clock is ticking down. He's at 1.5 minutes now. Yeah, I think Fabi's going to move his queen. h3 also sophisticated, but feels like a finesse too far. You can give some checks. You can step forward, go pawn hunting for white. Okay, Fabi down to 2 minutes. Surely he's going to win this one now, as long as he keeps 1 pawn alive.
Look at that.
H3
H3 on the board.
He does. He keeps 2 pawns alive. Everything protected.
I like the fact that he's making my moves.
The black queen trying to come out now, but Fabi, with a bunch of checks, will be able to start grabbing pawns.
Because black cannot go all the way to f6 defending the e6 pawn, because now it's not pinned, the f2 knight, so knight e4 will be on the board. This is the big issue for black.
So he's going to zigzag over, and he can start maybe even by grabbing this b3 pawn.
I think he's just grabbing the e6, and after b2, queen f6, and grabs the other one.
But he can actually go queen b8 and bank everything on the b3 pawn.
But then queen f6, queen g6, queen h6, queen g5. So
got it right.
Everything is going to be collected.
And it's really accurate, the move order here. As you say, Judith, all these pawns are going to drop off with check. Here we go. First, the h6 pawn will drop with a check. Next, the g5 pawn will most likely drop with a check as well.
Well, he has to go king f7, I believe, but...
The good news for white is you have a safety net here. The white knight can always come across and block this black b pawn. Should be enough now. The extra material, white will have pass pawns of his own to start pushing. Black's king being chased away.
And he can't step forward. Oh, it's bad news for Wesley on every level.
Yeah, his time is getting low.
I think we might not even fight on too much longer here, Wesley So. He knows this is hopeless, especially against someone so accurate, someone so precise like Fabiano.
But they don't give up so easily.
I think he'll give up now. Either Black will have to trade queens or give up the b3 pawn.
Oof, he's running, he's got to run forward. But Fabiano delivering all of the correct checks.
Queen e6 check?
Queen e6, yeah. Like you say, Jovanka, nowhere to keep the queens on.
c4.
Here it comes.
He wants the g5 pawn first. He wants everything. Greedy Fabiano. Efficient though. Another black pawn drops with a check. And now the black king being chased in circles. The white knight's going to join the action very shortly. First another check.
What a good technique.
There we go. Handshake. Fabiano takes the win.
Well done.
An important 1.5 points for Fabiano Caruana, and Wesley So walks away with 1 point. But what an impressive Armageddon game from Fabi. Incredible stuff, the way that he set up that trick, and then his technique at the end was just pristine.
Yeah, that was a very nice way of doing it. But it also means that he understands the position very well. He knew that what kind of nuances existing in this kind of position, because actually e4 having the pin on the c file and playing the e5 is not so original. It is part of this type of positions, right? So it's important that you can see on his play, Fabiano knows so well all the ins and outs of the middle game of the positions what he's playing.
Yep, congratulations to Fabiano. Shows he's a man in form. He spotted that tactic, that trick so quickly, and Wesley reacted equally quickly, but with a mistake. And here we see one of the remaining games still going on. Or should we do a quick action replay of that victory from Fabiano? Let's actually quickly go back there. And it was this moment that we were talking about, Judith. Here it looks like black is fine, jumping in with knight to c4 next move. But instead, e4 landed, and this provoked a blunder from Wesley So. Instead, he should be playing the move c5, breaking out. It's all about pushing pawns this round, apparently. But pawn takes pawn was a mistake. As we see, double question mark due to Fabi's instant reply, a5, and even after the white queen was hit, just retreating. He simply couldn't keep this black knight now, because if it had stepped back, d5 would have been a killer blow, hitting this rook, hitting this pawn, and due to the pin, white is winning.
Yes, because you see such a Armageddon time control, or when it's getting shorter time control, these things count very much, that which player are seeing instantly some ideas. So when e4 was played by Fabiano, instantly understood that, oops, it's important that the d5 pawn is gone, so knight c4 is not possible in that position. So, well, this was the problem for Wesley, that he did not realize the dangers coming.
Yeah, Wesley had to give up a piece, and Fabiano converted very nicely.
Yeah.
That leaves us with 3 games remaining.
Exceptional technique.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And going to the bird's eye view, as David mentioned, 3 games remaining, and you wanted to dive straight into one game, David?
Oh, I don't know. They're all really exciting, though, Jovanka. Maybe apart from the Abdusattorov against Nakamura game. That one's still looking balanced, even if there's some changes there. But Jovanka, where should we go? The other 2 games are on fire right now.
Oh, tricky, Drizzy. I'm thinking maybe we should go to the one that's more unclear, because I feel that Gukesh is clearly much better, but it's not that certain what's happening between Alireza Firouzja and Anish Giri.
Okay, let's check out what's happening in this race for first prize. I'm not sure if it's still mathematically possible now that Fabiano has won his Armageddon game. I think these 2 are out of the running for first, but still a lot to play for. And yeah, Firouzja, he's been showing with really brave, courageous play that he wants the win in the classical portion. He's just played the move g5. We mentioned he sacrificed the exchange a bit earlier, Judith, and he's going for the black king. If the black knight moves, then white's queen might be able to swoop in.
In answer to your question, one of them might be mathematically possible to catch him up. But that's highly dependent on Hikaru beating Fabiano tomorrow.
So that will be Anish Giri, who's slightly ahead of Firouzja now in the standings. Okay, so for Anish, a win is imperative if he wants any chances of glory in the tournament. But right now, how does he deal with this hit on his knight? I'm looking at the position, I'm trying to find my bearings, but it's not so easy. It looks like so much tension here, but I don't see any tactics against the white king yet.
Well, I don't know if there is any counter chance like playing rook a6. So just in case, force the white queen moving away, because indeed if I move away with the knight from f6, then queen e8 and rook d7, and these moves look frightening at first, though maybe it's not the end of the world. So let's see what happens of knight g4.
Yeah, knight g4, quite likely here. Let's jump in and show this. Knight g4, maybe one of the most likely moves, or at least one of the most natural moves for Anish Giri. And I guess that would be met by a queen check, maybe even a rook check. And white comes in from behind.
Check with the queen, and after king h7.
Maybe there's knight e7 in that position.
King b8.
And rook d8, I don't know. It's so chaotic here. White going for the attack, but let's take a pause from this chaos.
Let's certainly take a pause, because it is our pleasure to welcome into the studio Fabiano Caruana, who just defeated Wesley So in the Armageddon. Congratulations. That looked like a very impressive game.
Yeah, it went rather smoothly, although I think it was very complicated, but he blundered when he took on e4.
Mm-hmm.
But I was happy to play the Armageddon. I mean, I thought it was a good outcome if, let's say, both I and Hikaru draw today. And the Armageddon was pretty low pressure, as long as Hikaru doesn't win. Then it's a whole other story. But if he draws, then the Armageddon actually doesn't really make a difference for tomorrow. I mean, I have to not lose, and he has to win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so you had a rest day. You came off that rest day losing to Gukesh. I mean, how were you feeling?
Oh, I didn't really care so much. I mean, in the Armageddon, anything can happen, and I actually played a relatively decent game, I thought. I actually think I was hurt by not having much experience. Like, all these guys had played a lot of Armageddons, and I had only played one. And I didn't realize that you basically can't play with one, like I can't physically move the pieces with 1 second increment. I didn't expect that, so I wasn't worried getting low on time. And then once I got low on time, I'm actually just flagging. I can't physically make the moves. And especially because he had these like short king moves, and I had the long queen moves, and it was much more difficult to make long queen moves. Yeah, so I thought, okay, it happens. It was kind of an accident, not really like fully chess related, let's say. And it didn't really impact the tournament so much, so I wasn't too upset.
Okay. And so facing Wesley, your intention was just to play solid chess in the classical and then Armageddon time. Were you surprised that he switched it up to a Queen's Gambit declined?
I was pleasantly surprised. Although I had something crazy in mind in the Nimzo, which I won't reveal. Maybe someday I'll play it. It was a pretty ridiculous idea, and I didn't get a chance to play it, but it's probably good because it probably wouldn't have worked out.
I'm curious now, Fabi, but I won't push you too much on the Nimzo.
I'll tell you after the broadcast is over.
Okay, deal. I'll sign an NDA, don't worry. And you mentioned the Armageddon. Maybe you can take us through some of the critical moments here.
Yeah, I think there was one very critical moment, basically probably his decisive mistake. But let's say when he played knight e4, that was like the first, I guess, critical move, because it's a pretty standard position. And, okay, he went for a standard idea, knight e4, which isn't, of course, necessary. Black can also play, for sure, many other moves like a5, for example. And I took rook e1, and then he went for bishop f5. It surprised me a bit, because he's allowing me to change the structure. But I wasn't sure if the structural change is good, but anyway, I thought it's more dynamic. So I went for this f3. And at least now I have, the extra pawn break with c4, which it felt like my play maybe is a bit more straightforward. But still, black is, of course, very, very solid. And then I was happy when he played b6 and I got this c5, because it felt like maybe c6 becomes a bit of a weakness. Like, I thought he didn't really have to play b6. He yeah, now c6 is a bit weaker. Like if I play c5 with the pawn on b7, I don't really have a path forward on the queen side. So now I have ways to attack c6. And then I thought it's a bit more pleasant for me, although it's still, I guess, completely equal. And then he blundered. But at a moment when it was starting to get very interesting, yeah, g5.
Oh, you're impressed by g5?
I didn't expect it. But anyway, maybe it's good. And after knight takes b6, and I played e4, and he took on e4 very quickly. I think it was a bit, basically just when you're low on time, sometimes you make these impulse decisions, and this was one of them. Of course, if you play knight c4, queen c3, it's just a very complicated position. I was happy to get e4 in at least. I see, like, maybe knight c4 is not a good move, but I thought it's the most natural move.
Apparently c5 is just chaos, but level.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see c5 at all. I thought either knight c4 or d4 are the moves, and d4 is just a5. I don't see a way to survive anymore because d5 comes. It's just his position is in ruins.
How much was this instinct and how much was calculation? You played e4 quite quickly.
Well, I don't know if I have anything else. I mean, the knight on c4 is going to attack e3, and I have no way to get rid of it. So e4, I mean, it was connected with cb6 because I thought if I don't take on b6, I probably can't really play for an advantage. And this way, at least I get e4. And then knight c4, queen c3, I thought my rook moves, and maybe I'll attack the d5 pawn. And then he'll have to deal at least with some difficult decisions. d4 was like very obviously bad, so I didn't really spend much time on it.
And talking about so here it was relatively straightforward.
Yeah, I think so. I think he actually chose a good practical decision because knight d7, d5, he'll probably lose much more than just a piece because he loses c6 and e3, and maybe a7 and maybe also a rook. So
doesn't sound too appealing.
It's usually not great. So I thought at least he sacks a piece and he tries to capture as many pawns as he can. He actually captured quite a few, but I always had. I mean, he blundered when he played queen g3 at the end. Queen h2, he still keeps the fight alive, at least practically, with low time. But queen g3, he allowed me to take his e6 pawn as well. Because with queen on h2, his king can go to f6 and there's no knight forks. And I thought, for example, here I can play queen to e3, and then queen b8, queen e6. Okay, it's winning for sure, but like I still have to work for it. And yeah, maybe queen e3 wasn't the most accurate.
Yeah. And by the way, we do have news on Hikaru. He's just drawn his game against Nodirbek.
Yeah, that's good news, but not too surprising considering the position.
Yeah.
But what about the other games? They're like completely wild. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. So let's bring up the bird's eye view and get your hot take on them. So the game that we're very curious about both these games. But which one catches your fancy?
Okay, I guess Ariane is down in exchange, and the c7 pawn is pretty strong. So, like, I guess Alireza's game is much more up in the air than that one. That one, I think Gukesh will win, and he's actually having a really, really, really good tournament. Really impressive tournament. But Alireza's game is very interesting.
Let's dive in and have a look.
And it feels like a critical moment. Both sides have just over the 10 minutes left on their clock. Instinct-wise, Fabi, who do you pick and why?
What instinct can you have in this position? Okay, white's down in exchange, and where does the knight go? To h7, rook d8, and bishop c5, right? So, where is the knight going? And is there queen takes e4 also, is a question? Because queen a7, there's some potential tactics, I don't know. No, yeah, actually queen e4 is very critical, no?
Queen e4, and let's say for argument's sake I take on a7.
But I realized that f5 is hanging, so this is just just bad.
So queen takes e4, what does white play here? Oof, too complicated for this late in the tournament.
Well, probably exchange and rook d8 check.
And what's the follow-up?
I don't know, king g2.
Yeah, I was thinking about black's pieces are pretty miserable, but it is a lot of material.
Also, the question is, what about rook d7 after king h7?
In that case, do you want the king on g8 or you want it on h7, right?
I want it on h7.
So
I
rook
want
to
play
b7?
take and bishop d3.
Yeah. And yeah, maybe g6 take, rook b3 is drawish, but hard to say, right?
Oh, knight h6.
Or do we have just knight moves and then knight d6 is met by e4? So maybe knight c3, for example, is a reasonable move.
And can't, yeah, knight d6, e4, knight
takes,
e4.
But rook d7, knight f6.
Knight f6, yeah.
So knight e4, c4. Let's see.
Wow.
And bishop c2, rook b2 is probably crushing.
Yeah.
Geometry everywhere. All forced, of course. All going to happen.
Anish took on g5 first. And maybe still queen e4 is in there.
Yeah, I think Anish calculates very precisely, so I don't think that he'll mess this one up. But since they're both getting low on time, I mean, anything could happen.
Wow. So, Fabi, what will your kind of approach be tomorrow in this kind of playoff, almost against Hikaru?
Yeah, I have to draw, and it's a pretty clear. It's like a classic, right? He has to win. The onus is on him, and it's usually not easy. But I mean, to win on demand, especially these days.
Especially against you.
Well, I think like there's definitely a few guys who I would trust more than myself. Like let's say Wesley. That's someone I trust. If Wesley never loses, I lose, but Wesley never loses. But I also win a few more games. I don't know if that will help me tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of having a good night's sleep, how do you handle these kind of situations when everything is so tense?
I've been sleeping well here, and actually I've been feeling pretty good physically here. Like in Bucharest, I was feeling really miserable physically, and here I feel much better. So sleeping hasn't been a problem. It also helps that the games are late, so we can wake up late in the morning. Usually I've been waking up like 9:30, which is pretty late for me. And yeah, I've been able to get like 8 hours of sleep, which is much more than I usually get. Usually I'm a bit over 6, let's say, during tournaments, but 8 hours is very good for me. So I've been feeling rested. Hopefully that doesn't, you know, the time when I struggle to sleep is usually when I've messed up. Mm-hmm. It's not like before big games, but it's when I've done something unforgivable and then I sometimes can't get to sleep.
Are you really sleeping many times during the tournament? 6 hours only?
Well, like 6.5 very often, yeah. It's pretty common.
Probably you're the player who sleeps the less.
Maybe,
right?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about other
But why
players.
are you sleeping only this much? You're preparing crazy?
No. I don't. I'm just used to it. I usually get up pretty early when I'm not during tournaments, but I usually get up pretty early, and I usually sleep like maximum 7 hours. That's just, I don't know, normally how much I sleep.
It must be the fresh Norwegian air.
I was actually thinking that. I was because it is very clean air here. There's like very little pollution, so maybe that contributes to.
Mm-hmm.
You should move to Norway, Fabi. I recommend, highly recommend it. What did you get up to on the free day?
Not much. I was actually preparing quite a bit, quite a lot for the game. I know the opening choice didn't show it, but a lot remains, let's say, under the surface.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a routine to get ready for the games?
Nothing really too special. I mean, I prepare before and I stop preparing a bit before the game. So I'm not like staring at a computer the entire day. But besides that, like we go for a walk, go out, get some food usually. Nothing too exciting.
Yeah, and meanwhile, it looks like we've predicted everything, Fabi and Judith, on the game between Alireza and Anish. Heading straight down that line, maybe a forced draw incoming.
How is it a forced draw though? After, let's say, knight c3, everything up to that point is forced, right?
Yeah, that line you mentioned after e4, maybe white can just play bishop takes e4.
Yeah. Knight takes e4, knight b7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's a draw. Still some life left. a bit to play for. Maybe we show this on the board, what we're expecting here. You guys mentioned rook b7. And now after a trade of rooks, bishop d3, nice kind of pattern here. White the exchange down, but no way to get out of this. And yeah, at least the line you mentioned after e4, knight takes e4 didn't seem to be working out. So the only thing I saw in that whole line that you guys were going through was that bishop takes e4.
But the computer doesn't like knight c3, so we did something wrong. Let's.
Okay. In this position, instead of knight c3.
Is there? But what could knight takes f2? I don't know.
Wow, knight takes f2 and
just
taking
grab pawns and hope for the best.
Yeah, still a bit of life left in this endgame.
Oh.
We'll see if we're headed in that direction, Jovanka.
Yeah, we certainly will. And while you're here, Fabi, we actually got an interview with Hikaru about his chances, and he actually mentions you. So it would be interesting to have your thoughts on this.
All right.
How is it to focus on an Armageddon game now when your mind is probably racing towards tomorrow already?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, at the end of the game, I was in a similar situation to my game against, who was it? I made the draw, Alireza, actually. And it was the same thing where I was trying to think in my mind, I mean, if I win the game, I think I'm down by half point, so I don't think it makes a big difference for tomorrow. And so I'm just like, no reason not to take the draw and just play it out. But yeah, I think pretty much regardless of this Armageddon, I think I have to win tomorrow to win the tournament. I actually think it's more or less first or second guaranteed. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, this Armageddon doesn't matter. We'll see how tomorrow goes.
Is there still a rivalry between you and Fabiano?
I mean, rivalry I think is too strong a word. I think we all know each other too well at this point. We've played too many games. So, I mean, competitors, I think is the way of putting it. I wouldn't say that I think of us as rivals.
I'll let you focus on Armageddon and have a chat after. Thank you.
Sure, thanks.
So he says you're not rivals, just simply competitors.
What's the difference?
I don't know. Apples and pears.
Yeah, and Fabiano, it's not just tournament victory on the line, also the world rankings. You'll be number 2 as long as you avoid defeat tomorrow. Is that something on your mind or less relevant?
Alireza could win, right?
True. I forgot about that.
I don't care about that too much. I mean, the tournament is the important thing for me. Whether Alireza wins, I mean, if I lose tomorrow, I'll be extremely upset, and it won't be because of the rating, but because I missed out on a tournament win. But the ratings are not something I'm looking at too closely at the moment.
And so I wanted to ask you about what were your plans after this tournament?
Well, so I actually have to make a chessable course, and it's like 9 months now that I've had to finish it. I think it's something like 9 months. They're probably thinking that I'll never finish at this point, but I'm close, and after this I probably have to get on that a little bit.
And can you reveal the title?
It's going to be a lifetime repertoire. I don't know if I should say the opening, although it's probably not like a huge secret, but
you can tell me later, Fabiano.
I was going to ask whether you're using your chessable course in this tournament.
Well, I've played a different opening every game pretty much, so it would be a very extensive chessable course if I was covering all openings.
Yeah.
No, I haven't been playing it in this tournament.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
You know, I was surprised when I saw and heard Giri's repertoire, and also Wesley So and some others are giving out the secrets of their repertoire. And I'm pretty sure that they keep some of them. It's not that they tell everything, but still for amateurs, I believe that it's a huge thing just to see them go through on the lines, explaining the middle game. And still, after all, they talk about their own repertoire, right? For me, it was something very amazing that it happens. Isn't it strange for you that on the top level, players are sharing at least some part of their repertoires?
I think it's a kind of a sign of the times also, that there's so many options. So it's not like I give away my analysis and I feel like I don't have anything to play anymore. I still feel like you can share a lot, and then there's still a lot to be able to play. And like with mine, I'm not hiding anything. Actually, it's stuff that I've just analyzed from scratch pretty much, and it's stuff that I would play also. So it's an opening which I have played and I will play, and what I recommend, I'm also willing to play myself. So,
Actually, by making the course, you're developing your own strategies for the upcoming tournaments.
I've already used some of it, so it feels like less like a course now and more like just stuff I'm using. And I used it in my last 2 tournaments, and I made 2 draws with it. So that was pretty successful.
Excellent.
Ooh, some detectives out there will figure out what opening it is now.
Yeah, they will be searching your anonymous accounts on Chess.com. Anyway, thank you very much, Fabi, for joining us, and I'd like to wish you good luck in tomorrow's game. And once again, congratulations on beating Wesley in the Armageddon game.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it was great to have Fabi in the studio giving us his inside thoughts and sharing with us his analysis of not only his game, but other games as well. And there we see Nodirbek getting ready to play off against Hikaru Nakamura. Now, Nodirbek has 10 minutes on the clock. Hikaru will have 7 minutes on the clock, but Nodirbek will have that must-win situation in his mind. I mean, how difficult is it to play Hikaru Nakamura, knowing he's so fast, and at the same time, you've got to beat him?
It is, of course, very difficult to play Nakamura, as he's also in a good form, basically. At the same time, when you're young, the tournament is not going well. And okay, it was a draw, not very interesting game in the classical game. You're still there that, okay, this is my time. I'm going to be winning. And he wants to pose real trouble to Nakamura, I believe. And this is how it should be when such young talents are around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we know that Nodirbek has just been in incredible form in Rapid and Blitz chess in the last few months. He won the Chess Kid Cup, he won the Blitz tournament before this event, so he's confident there. I think just the fact that he's struggled slightly with the classical in the last few days, it won't be too big of an issue. Of course, facing Hikaru is the big issue, but he's got to take his chances, and it's maybe good for Abdusattorov here that for Nakamura, the result doesn't matter too much. He's still in the same situation tomorrow. A draw or a loss, a win or a loss, same thing.
At the same time, of course, Nakamura also a player who is extremely competitive. So obviously he would not like to lose this game, or that if things go wrong, it will not affect him too much for tomorrow. But still, just in case he wants to win.
Yeah. And in the meantime, we can see that Gukesh did notch up an important 3 points in the standings by defeating Aryan Tari. So only one classical game remaining between Alireza and Anish. Oh, so Gukesh still in the running if the results work his way, or maybe not, actually.
Yeah, I've got to say, whether Gukesh is in the running or not, it was a masterpiece, that game. Just beautiful play from start to finish. So I definitely recommend going and playing through that one in a bit more detail. Yeah, especially if you want to learn about past pawns.
Yeah. It was very originally played by Gukesh, playing h4, then later on put his knight on c6 with b4, b5, protecting it. I mean, you could think that there is no way that you're going to be seeing passed pawns in that game, and suddenly, somehow it was going through like water anywhere.
For me, it was the visual impact of having all those pawns in the middle of the board and just knowing that someone was going to give, well, we are going to be treated in a few minutes to a third Armageddon game between Nodirbek and Hikaru. Oh, if you were Nodirbek's coach, what advice would you give him? Like, tell him what opening strategy would you go for? Go for the long game? Go sharp?
Well, I think he has to go for something else than what he did in this game if Nakamura plays the same system, and concentrate, think nothing else but the game, and be there, presence.
And do you detect some nervousness from the teenager?
Yes, I do.
We can see that with him fidgeting with his fingers.
Yeah, he's trying to get focused. That's how Abdusattorov has risen to the top of world chess so quickly. He's got extreme focus when he's in the flow, in the zone. But meanwhile, we're off. It's a king's pawn opening. Nakamura only needs a draw, so he's happy to repeat the Berlin defense, and straight down the same opening variation, Judith. Are you surprised by this?
I'm extremely surprised by this, that to go into this line again, it was not so fantastic, was it?
It was not so fantastic, but it's Nakamura who is the first to deviate, choosing a slightly different variation, ultimately, however, ending up in a similar pawn structure. So the only difference between this game and the earlier game was the fact that the black knights aren't dancing around so much, and the fact that there's an extra set of minor pieces on the board. Still, the Berlin is rock solid, and out of everyone at the top of World Chess, I think Hikaru is the one who's had this position, this variation, the most. He knows everything there is to know. Nodirbek needs something special to imbalance this game.
Well, I'm curious what will be a4 on the board. It seems like Nodirbek really likes to play on the queen side with the pawns. And interestingly enough, a5 stopped the white pawn. It's also, you can see that Nakamura doesn't like it when there is these push pawns and the space is taken away from him.
Yeah, top level these days. It's all about pushing rook's pawns. If one side pushes, the other side normally blocks. And talking of blocked, this is pretty much completely symmetrical, the pawn structure. The only difference being that white's rook sits on the only open file.
Is g4 possible now? No, not g7. I thought there is a trap.
So close. The black knight actually does retreat back to g7 anyway. Only one safe square, but good enough. Yep. Next move, Nakamura is getting ready to bring one of his pieces out to f5, so that has been prevented by knight g3, or has it?
But it's interesting because usually these kind of positions is with one pair of knights are exchanged already. And right now it's a question whether white is allowing this or he moves away.
And he allows that trade. And David, didn't you have a similar game when you played against Alpha Zero something? At least a similar pawn structure.
Yeah, almost identical pawn structure. I've had this many times myself, white, black, but normally, as Judith mentions, there's one set of minor pieces off the board. That normally favors black, just because here we see white is slightly ahead of development. That's why Nakamura is spending time now going for piece trades, because if you're slightly cramped, if you're under pressure, alleviating that pressure with trades does tend to help.
And you can see that Nakamura is not exchanging the knights on g3, but he wants to eliminate the important knight on f3, because if, let's say, there is knight h4, queen h4, the knight on g3 stands much worse. The key idea in this position to centralize the knight to e5, but right now it seems for me that knight e5 would be getting in trouble after f6.
Yeah, suddenly if white is forced to trade off these knights, black's queen comes out, black has no issues whatsoever, space troubles all sorted, black is the one active. So really nice move there from Nakamura. It just feels like Abdusattorov has gone into Hikaru's comfort zone here. He's kind of walked into the cave, walked into the bear trap, and that trade has happened.
I think knight h4 was a very important and very good move.
Yeah, it was an important one, not an obvious one, but it cost Hikaru basically no time at all because he's such an expert in this pawn structure. And at some point, Nodirbek needs to try something, whether that's pushing a pawn at some point with c4 just to try and break the structure, change things up, whether that's trying some tactics later on, who knows, but it looks balanced to me.
I like very much your c4 idea, to be honest, but at the moment I believe that the d4 pawn is under attack and black would be capturing it. So white is actually started to go back with the knight to f1.
Yeah, he wants to kick away the black queen, and before she gets kicked away, a retreating move. So arguing that the white knight is less well placed, the black queen is solid.
This is a surprise for me, queen d8. Why was it so fast, Hikaru? To go to c7 and to relieve the bishop from c8 to play bishop f5?
I guess that's the idea. He wants to defend this b pawn, so his bishop can develop and bring it out to f5. But yeah, very strange. It feels like Hikaru's just trying to play bullet chess. He's only spent less than a minute. We're already at move 20. Just impressive speed. He's actually closed the time, the time deficit already. Only 30 seconds difference now between them.
Yes, and his pieces are making their way towards the king side. You can see that knight is getting ready to put itself on g5, and maybe there might even be some sacrifices in the air, or as f4, as David has highlighted. Bishop coming out to attack the rook. No big deal. Rook moves away.
Suddenly the white queen wants to be on the other side of the board. Okay, stepping forward a pawn, just taking away this key square on f4 from black's pieces. Hikaru still needs to develop the queen side, this bishop, this rook.
We can just develop his light squared bishop one square, because the pawn on b7 cannot be grabbed, because you simply chase the queen away.
Yeah, the white queen will get eternally chased there, maybe even trapped. And of course, a draw is enough for Hikaru, so that pawn is untouchable.
White should be playing knight h2, knight g4, or knight f3, knight e5.
Yeah, you called it, Judith. Just before Abdusattorov played it, the white knight is coming back to the center. It wants to land on this beautiful square on e5, where it will cost black the bishop pair. Yeah, still a bit tense. I think the last few moves Abdusattorov's done really well, just creating some chances at all.
This is what I had the feeling also, that in the last few moves it seems like white recovered from badly placed knight, for example.
Right. But yeah, white might have recovered from those bad pieces, but he is in a must-win situation. And the pawn structure is looking very level, and the more minor pieces that gets traded off, the easier it is for Hikaru to get that necessary draw.
I was surprised that it's not knight g4 what was played, but probably after king g7, knight d4 threat what was bothering him.
Yeah, just Hikaru, he's so good at just staying solid, not doing too much, just covering squares, ready to defend. And okay, the white knight jumps in. The key question is, does black tolerate this knight, or does he kick away this piece immediately, maybe at the cost of a knight for bishop trade? He steps back.
And in time there is no big difference, because Nakamura plays so fast and Nodirbek has only half a minute extra compared to Nakamura.
Yeah, psychologically that must be so unsettling for Abdusattorov, but he's playing quickly himself. He drops back with his queen, getting ready to bring her over to some dark squares on the king side.
Also potentially getting ready to soften up the king side with h4, h5.
But I believe f6 will happen on the board, but of course that's the provocation what not the Nodirbek is doing. No, c5. I'm worried on black's position. Bishop e5, giving this such a weak spot, making such a weakness.
Yeah, we saw it only briefly, but c5 was given a question mark by the engine. Maybe a mistake, maybe just worsening the black position, because suddenly the black bishop is completely trapped. The black rook on a8 cannot get out.
But how is that possible? It was developing to d7 and then a few moves later it's back on c8. and it has no way right now in the next one or two moves to develop.
And your queen has moved to d2, which means that knight g4 is now a possibility, as well as this h5 idea. Oh, it's looking unpleasant for Hikaru.
Just the last 4 or 5 moves. Ever since that bishop retreat, it's all turned against him. Abdusattorov has swung this game in his favor. He's dominant on the dark squares, loving these white pawn chains on dark squares now, and black is just too passive. He needs to break out, but how to do that?
Yes, because it's not only the c8 bishop, but the a8 rook is also stuck there.
Yeah, this rook cannot get out, the bishop cannot get out. Okay, he steps back with the black knight.
Well, probably that was the only move, or somehow trying to get out.
He covers this diagonal with his bishop, but it was given a question mark, this knight move, and that's because white has stepped forward. h5, h6 is coming, the black king is already being trapped, a mating net is being weaved around it. Ooh, already it feels so scary.
It certainly does, and I'm not a big fan of Hikaru closing the tension in the center, because this simply gives white a completely free hand on the king side.
The white queen can come in. Do you use this square, f4? Do you use g5? It feels like one of these queen moves must be strong.
g5.
I think f4.
I was thinking g5 because then you can sack.
Yeah, this is the same reason I want to go queen f4, because after queen d6, knight g6.
Yes, that's what I wanted as well, but okay.
But maybe it doesn't work because check on e1 and queen g6.
Well, there's some tactics.
Well,
He
queen
uses
f4.
This is the launch pad for him. The white queen needs 2 moves to sneak in and checkmate on the g7 square. Can Hikaru block this off and delay
After
it?
Queen d6.
Oh, there must be tactics in the air. The black queen can cover the white queen's infiltration square on f6, but...
Well, actually, after queen d6, maybe knight c4 is possible.
Tactics.
And takes.
The white knight will jump out the way with the discovery. Will we see this? Yeah, you're thinking knight takes pawn there. Judith looks very tempting.
Because I want to tie at the end with rook e8 all the pieces.
Yeah.
But there's also no threat for black. There's no good developing move, so you can just take the liberty of moving your king up to g2.
f6 might be a move.
Right.
But already then you want to take on g6.
Yes.
Yeah,
So now the question is queen d6 or queen b6?
Oh. And, well, Hikaru Nakamura under 2.5 minutes on the clock. I think queen b6 would be safer in the grand scheme of things. But Hikaru,
But then knight c4. Knight c4 really works,
position,
I think.
yes. Okay, f5. Well, he's one of the best defenders on the planet.
Wow. And, okay, we've moved to another game just briefly because there's seconds left on the clock between Firouzja and Giri as well. This game could be decided any second. We'll come back to the Armageddon in a moment where it's really critical. Hikaru has blocked. He's pushed the pawn to f5 and this one, it's literally 25 seconds against 30 seconds between these two players. It's been a crazy game. It's level material. Do we think it's going to be a draw?
Well, it can be a draw if white goes knight e5, for example, right? There is a very good chance, but maybe e4 and white wants to win e5, e6.
Yeah, that's nicely covered by the black bishop, covering the e5 square now. Oh, it feels like so promising here, so appealing for Firouzja, but there's no knockout blow. Black has everything covered.
And bishop d6 in the next move. Oh,
Okay,
maybe he wants
forward.
to go rook and bishop.
Wow, we might see an endgame, white having a rook and bishop against a rook and two pawns, which should be a draw, but...
Let's move, yeah. Because things are happening in both games. It's going to end soon.
Yeah, because Anish should be a draw. Objectively, it's a draw. So if we can move back to Nodirbek, oh, that's over.
Wow.
Just missed a killer blow from Nodirbek. Wow.
Yeah, meanwhile, this game should be a draw, but it's going to go on for a long, long time between Firouzja and Giri now as Firouzja tries to grind away with his extra bishop. Let's go back to the other game. We'll show an action replay of the drama of what happened.
It just finished. 1-0.
Nakamura's just resigned.
Well, shall we do an action replay of those last few moves?
Yes. There, after f5, something really went wrong, but already then it was... I think there was no way that Nakamura could have been saving the game. It was so difficult for him. Simply the last few moves when we left, already it was so dangerous. The pawn on h6 having the potential mate eventually on g7, the black squares. And here he went f5, right?
Yeah, and this is where there was the stunning blow of knight takes pawn.
Knight takes c4. We see double exclamation mark. Unexpected. Looks impossible because this knight is hanging. But this trick relies on two factors. If the knight is captured, then we see, I think white just takes this pawn with a nasty check. And the problem is, if you take this bishop, rook takes rook, and this king is getting checkmated. Still the same idea of the white queen sneaking in. Instead, after knight takes pawn, we saw a queen trade, but this didn't help at all. Now the black rook is hanging, and after knight to e6, okay, surprising end there. I thought rook takes rook would at least happen, but this would have been a beautiful finish as well. Bishop takes pawn with a check, forcing the king in the corner.
And rook e8 next.
You pin and you win. Black is utterly paralyzed, immobilized here, and game over. Instead, Nakamura tried to defend with knight e6, but after the knight came to b6 and landed, he just played one more move and resigned in disgust. Everything is winning here for white. You can take this pawn, for example. 2 extra pawns and a dominant position. Abdusattorov, masterclass.
It is, and this victory from Nodirbek means that Hikaru has to beat Fabiano Caruana tomorrow in their classical encounter for him to win Norway Chess. Well, what a game. And one classical game remaining, and it's been such an intense battle between Alireza Firouzja and Anish Giri, and other players are just making their moves with seconds left on the clock. But here it seems to be a draw.
It's a classical game, but it's completely on Armageddon feeling already. But the case is that if it's a draw, we still have a treat, and they're going to be playing an Armageddon afterwards. But black is not giving up the pawns, not at all. Anish does not want to play only the rook versus the rook and bishop, because then he has to show all the technique, which most likely he could, but he doesn't want to get there, just keeping both of his pawns and moving the king, so white king is completely under Well, it just cannot move, blockading the c3, but it cannot go out. Where it seems that I have doubts that white can kick out the c5 rook, which is defending both of the pawns, c3 and g5.
Yeah. And when there are less than 7 pieces on the board, chess has more or less been solved, and you can see what the computer thinks of these positions by putting them on the Chess.com table base. And it's telling me right now that more or less everything draws.
Yeah, everything draws, even without the black pawns, everything draws. But Judith, do you think we'll get that far? First question. Second question, Anish, will he hold rook and bishop versus rook if it gets to that point?
First of all, we will not get to there, I believe, so we'll not see that, whether he could be holding it. But I'm pretty sure that he was studying well enough that even with very short time, he could be managed to hold the draw without too many difficulties.
Yeah, and the problem is simply no way to move the king. You need to somehow replace the white king to blockade this c-pawn. Maybe blockade it with your bishop, then bring the king round. But this is the perfect defensive setup with black. You mentioned this rook, holding both the pawns, also caging the white king.
Rook e5 is a fun move now. But, of course, Anish will play king f2, king e3, king g3, king f2.
Like Fabiano said, quick king moves. They're the quickest.
And they're easiest as well. It says Firouzja, well, he's built up some time on the clock, but it's only 43 seconds. It's not a lot.
Yeah, he wanted to use his bishop to plant it on c4, block the connection between the black rook and the c-pawn, but the problem is then his rook starts getting harassed from the black king. Still no way through. Easy moves for Giri. He's building time on the clock. 2.5 minutes almost now for Giri. He was down at 20 seconds not long ago. But his moves are simple. Yeah, I don't think we'll get there either. I think Armageddon's almost guaranteed at this point, Judith.
I just don't see exactly. Probably after king f2, he wants to go king d3 and somehow bring the king already. But I don't think it will...
Yeah, he has an idea of bishop b3 and bishop c4. Pick up the c3 pawn.
Yeah, he's making a good job on that.
Yeah, for the first time in a while, he has a plan. Good job from Firouzja, but step 1 is winning the black c-pawn, step 2 is winning the black g-pawn, step 3 is winning that endgame. It's not going to be easy.
But that's not the point. The point is somehow to win. Great success to win the c3 pawn. Then great success in other 30 moves, win the g5 pawn. And then the party starts, where he can squeeze a little bit Anish. That's the main point for Alireza.
Yeah,
and of course he's right.
I've had this exact endgame myself as well, actually. A rook and bishop versus rook and c and g pawns against strong grandmaster Namedyarov, and it took me 50 moves to win the first pawn, about 20 moves to win the second pawn, and only 5 moves to win the rook and bishop versus rook. He immediately collapsed. So you're right, Judith. It does happen. It's possible. But this is Anish Giri. I'm expecting something slightly more tenacious here.
That was a nice story, David.
Or maybe it was closer to 10 moves to win the rook and bishop versus rook, but he did fall apart. So, yeah, Giri now needs something.
Alireza made a great job taking that c-pawn.
He needs to get the g-pawn rolling, but it's covered at the moment.
Well, he can step forward with his king to f3. And if king takes pawn, then you can go g4. Because also black does have the resource of actually giving the rook up for the bishop and pinning all his hopes on the g-pawn. There you go.
Okay, 1 is gone. Step 1. Big moral victory for Alireza. But is it enough for victory in the game? King back. He's trying to set a mating net up around the black king. Okay, to push that pawn or not to push the pawn?
I think let's push the pawn.
Yep, now black's king is going to be checked by the white bishop. Not sure which angle you want to check from. He steps back.
King g2.
Yep.
King f2, forcing the rook to f4 first, and then maybe he's going to be playing king g1.
Creating a square for his g-pawn to push to. He's getting ever closer to that draw. It might cost white his bishop, that g-pawn. What to do now?
Black is working hard to keep the g-pawn and that he does not have to show his technique in the simple rook bishop against rook endgame because there were so many people losing it, but also many could hold it. I could also hold it once. I was very proud of that.
And you also won it as well with
Yeah.
the bishop.
Yeah.
To get, I think to get to qualify, no,
Against
tie breaks.
Dominguez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was watching that
And it
live.
was game 8.
But the problem here is that black can absolutely not lose that g3 pawn. I mean, if he does lose it, I mean, his king would be on the bottom row and it would be a big disaster. So as David mentioned, it probably would take maybe five moves for Alireza to win that.
But actually, if you know the technique, even when it looks already pretty bad, there are some drawing options. I lost it quite a few times when I was a teenager. I missed GM norm because of this, that I lost one of those. But when I learned it, then it was very clear that what are the techniques that on different stages you have different techniques how not to lose it.
Yeah, there's various defenses, checking from afar, the second rank defense.
Yeah.
Many other names of defenses that I'm not sure about. But yeah, either way, if you know it, you know it. But it's not easy. Even if you know it, it's not easy. So, okay. Wow, did you see that power move from Giri? He reached over the other side, picked up a queen, as if his pawn might land. Wow, g2 on the board. It's close. But surely it won't be allowed to make it that far.
And 17 seconds for Alireza. Rook comes to threaten the g2 pawn. Of course, Giri will hold on to that one for dear life.
And Firouzja took a nervous look at the clock there, shaking his head. He knows that that black pawn is about to land a touchdown. And it will cost white his bishop. The black king's simply going to move out the way.
King g2, king f1 or king h2?
Big question. Both are probably sufficient here. Black is threatening to make a new queen. Even that would be a draw. Rook versus bishop is a draw.
Oh,
but
we're going to see a draw, and there is the handshake. Oh, that was an epic battle between the two, and the players are giving us a smile. But in 20 minutes, they will be off to play an Armageddon game.
Well, it was a very tough game, very interesting game, what was going on. What a middle game we had. Ups and downs, sacrifices, positional sacrifice, but everything ended up in tactics, simplification. And then Firouzja was testing Anish whether is he going to be going wrong and getting a rook bishop versus rook. But there are some things, exciting things, which they share with each other.
And after all that excitement, I think it's the perfect time for us to take a breather, catch our breaths, refill on our coffee cups, and we will see you all in a few minutes.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Oh. Download the new Chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
I do like positional styled games. I may try to keep it positional, but I can also change gears. And I think that's very important in terms of, anyone trying to develop their chess game. If you do find, style of play that you enjoy, that's good, but you could also try to sharpen it by implementing, another form of into your bag, as we would call it, right?
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Gukesh Masterpiece. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Hello and welcome back. And after that short pause, it's time to reignite that chess fire because, well, a few minutes ago, we were treated to a lot of entertainment on the chessboard. We saw Alireza and Anish Giri just draw it out in a very spectacular in-game scramble at some point. And then, of course, we had Hikaru losing in the Armageddon to Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. Wow.
Yeah, that was happening very fast. What happened with Nodirbek against Hikaru? It was a very peaceful opening. That's how it started out. But then after having a great position for Nakamura, he was just playing very fast the beginning and everything went perfectly. And then somehow something went wrong after the exchange of the knights and the queen moving back. And then it was just collapse.
Yeah. And David, can you take us through what happened in the Anish game?
Yeah, we saw that Anish eventually did draw that difficult endgame. He was down rook and bishop for rook and 2 pawns, which he held very comfortably. But it was a case of missed opportunities for Alireza Firouzja. And it started around here. We jumped in a bit later on when things were fizzling out. Pieces were coming off the board, so the knights got traded. And actually, here, there was a question mark attached to Black's last move. King G6 was not entirely accurate and maybe a small missed opportunity for Firouzja. With a bit more time on his clock, he was down to seconds at this point. He would have surely have played the move King to F4 when actually Black is in some trouble. This king is about to get hit with a nasty check on this diagonal. Black's pieces cannot check the white king. The white king is super safe, and the only move to stay in the game would have been to go back with the black king. Black would have lost 2 whole tempi. And actually here, white has several promising moves. Firstly, attacking this knight, which is pinned. Secondly, if necessary, just pushing this pawn forward. And the advance of this pawn would have given Black an extremely difficult defense. Instead, we saw the knight give a check, and this was a mistake due to the really clever move, king to f6 from Anish. This was the key defensive idea, because if rook takes knight, Black could simply bring his rook across, pin the white knight, and save the game. We saw later on the game did eventually fizzle out to that draw.
Oh, impressive results there from Firouzja, and quite a hard spot with just seconds left. And I'm also impressed by Anish, his instincts on finding these very great moves.
Yeah, I should point out in this final position, rook h5 clings onto the knight, but g6 is the one that clinches the result.
Not bishop b8.
I realised as I said it, for completeness sake, bishop b8 would be a big blunder due to checkmate on the board.
Yeah, unexpected things happens.
Yeah. Of course,
beautiful saving, by the way.
Yeah, Giri spotted all of that and saved the game.
Absolutely. And they will be playing their Armageddon game in approximately 4 minutes. Oh, who do you think is the favourite? Alireza Firouzja. He's had mixed results in the Armageddon.
I think Anish will make it. Look at him, the way he's relaxed. And he's just in his chair.
Yeah, is he tweeting? Is he texting?
I don't know. I was also wondering what is he doing, and probably he's just enjoying. He's preparing for the Armageddon. Look at that.
And he's not Wesley So he is chilling at the wrong board. Perhaps he's consulting his online trainer or game review.
Maybe he's texting. Wow, they're actually sitting at different boards right now. Anish sitting elsewhere, as you said, Jovanka. I didn't realize that Firouzja was actually ready to get going. Anish, yeah, maybe he's texting Owen Lamy, his second here in Stavanger, back at the hotel, asking him last minute what tips he should try in the opening.
I think Alireza is still in the previous game a bit. Do you think he got over on that one?
He's doing a Beth Harmon, just trying to find out what's happening on the ceiling there. Alireza Firouzja. And he's out of that now. No more calculation. He needs to get in the moment. Things will be very fast once the clock starts.
And I believe it's very difficult sometimes to get out of the previous game, especially it was such a heavy calculation, so many ups and downs, so many things happening in the classical game, even some opportunities which you just highlighted. And of course your brain is ticking and asking questions. Why didn't I do this? Oh, I had that opportunity. But it's already the time to focus on the next game and go for the Armageddon, because Alireza is in a must-win situation, which is not going to be so easy unless something very wrong goes in the opening. For Anish, what happened, for example, for him against Magnus Carlsen? He had such a bad opening that after move 12 he could resign practically.
Yeah, he got himself caught in an opening trap there. But we have to also mention that Anish Giri, he is an opening theoretician. You know, he's done how many courses? 3?
Quite a few.
Chessable courses. And what I like about Anish is he practices what he preaches. At the last classical tournament that he played, he was just playing his course. He didn't care.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it also when I really like Anish and Wesley and others. They just say, yeah, of course, I played this game. I was giving the course. And of course, that's what I played. That's why I gave. It's a good line.
Of course it's in the course. And here we go. It's a handshake. We're off. Firouzja starting with e4, just as we saw in the classical game between these two. And, okay, a repeat. So fast up to this point. The players replicating their classical encounter. Who's going to be the first to flinch? Who's going to be blinking here and deviating? And actually it's Firouzja who plays the move h3. And we saw the hesitation there from Anish. Similar, Judith?
And knight a3. Now the question is, should black take on a3?
He says yes.
And yes.
So black parts with the bishop for knight. In return, he gets a slightly better pawn structure. White's a-pawns do not make a great impression, but Firouzja quick to lock things down, to close things, because he will later try to strike on the king side.
Interesting decision, I must say, playing c4 and giving away the d4 square. Knight is going now towards to c5 with black. Knight h4, of course, eventually f4 wants to show up.
Yeah, it will land sooner or later. Black needs to be ready for that move. First big question, does he allow the bishop for knight exchange in the center? Does he kind of back up that knight? Does he just guard it simply? Lots of questions, and lightning fast from Firouzja up to this point, asking big questions.
Yeah, c5 is something comes to mind. At the same time, you would be not necessarily happy that the b file is so open and there are new weaknesses coming. But it's on the board.
It is on the board, and it's about when Firouzja can time this f4 break. You don't want to rush too soon because your knight might be vulnerable on the edge of the board to the black queen. So how do you finesse this? It's not so easy. White is stuck for pawn break, stuck for ideas other than pushing this pawn. First, he puts his rook on the second rank.
Yeah, I wanted to say this because he wants to go queen e1, so knight c2 is taken away from with the rook. Queen e1 and f4, that can be the idea.
Nice, and guarding the knight.
And should Anish take inspiration from this move and also move his rook up to a7? No.
I like that idea, Jovanka.
I wanted to get
the rook.
Exactly. Queen does move to e1. He's getting ready to line up f4.
g5. Oh, this is what I wanted to see.
Interesting, because the white knight lacks squares, only 2 squares. You cannot jump forward right now. This square on f5 is covered twice. You cannot retreat either, because this knight is simply taken off the board, and at the very end, this black bishop will capture on h3. So he's basically forced white's hand. Either white needs to gamble and sacrifice, or white needs to capture the knight on d4, but that's strategically undesirable.
He has one other move at his disposal, which is to go f4.
Yeah, as I mentioned, sacrificing the knight.
Yeah.
It's, yeah, definitely on the cards. He's going to play it, right? Yeah. It's Firouzja. That's his style.
That's in the board.
Yeah.
It's on the board. And Anish, a bit of a frown, a bit of a pause. What do you think Anish is going to do? Take the knight?
Ooh.
Any other options?
Well, first of all, I think it's a surprise for Anish, which is not a good thing for him. But today, people would play f5 in this position, right?
Might have been a possibility, Judith. And, oh...
Wow, this is brave from Anish. He's just happily capturing everything. Any material offered to him, he's taking. And now
h4, give that away.
Yeah. You called it. There was a big threat. White's queen needed and wanted to take this pawn on g3. And look at this double exclamation mark for Anish's move. Just protecting everything, not caring about material.
But you see, people are not taking exchanges. Bishop worth more than a rook.
But wait 1 second. This queen on e3 has been awarded a cross. It's a mistake.
Okay, looks natural, but that means a missed opportunity. Maybe best was to simply get greedy. Best was maybe to take this black rook and then take the bishop and hope that the extra material for white there would count. But understandable that Firouzja wants to keep the attack going.
Maybe there is a move knight f6 with an idea of knight g4.
Oh,
wow.
That's very beautiful, Judith.
Knight f6 to g4, hoping to break through with the black queen to h2 later on with a checkmate. Who's checkmating who? That's the question right now.
Because after bishop g5, also knight g4 was kind of my plan.
Okay, knight f6. Will that be what Anish finds here? Some calculation definitely needed for that
also
one.
King h. Okay, but he moves his rook.
Oh, and mistakes everywhere now. Question mark. Natural mistake, not an obvious one from Anish. Maybe there was better, but I think a very human move there to get out of the way of that bishop, saving the rook.
Yes, and it would be great for black if white eventually takes on e6, then rook e6 shows up again, and then rook g6, so it seems like very, very stable for black. But of course it's not taken.
Oof.
King h7.
Yeah.
It has to get out the way. No discovered checks allowed. King safe for now. Black's still a piece up, but the bishop is going nowhere. What to do? Surely he's
eventually it's going to be taken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get it off the board. You need to do that sooner or later. I don't think there's any other useful moves here for white. You kind of need to get this bishop out of the way on g2 to swing the white rook across, but it takes a long, long time.
Now the question is knight takes or rook takes?
Or pawn takes. Three possible captures.
I don't trust the pawn takes.
Rook takes played. It makes a lot of sense because the rook is getting ready to just play rook to g6 and cover the g line at the right time.
Other rook, and the other rook also comes. So the doubling on the g file can be very powerful in later stage.
Yeah, there's a lot of targets on the g-file as well. White has two bishops, queen, king, all stuck on the g-file. If a black rook lands there, it could be game over, could be decisive.
So what happens on rook f2? f6?
Yeah, rook f2 hits this pawn. Does black defend that? I guess so. I'm also wondering about ignoring that, but yeah, there are all sorts of knight forks in the air as well, so white has to be slightly careful in certain variations.
Anish is down, 345.
Oh, he just defends his bishop. That's met by f6 anyway, Judith. Your idea. Hitting the bishop, next move, rook g8 is on tap.
And isn't knight e2 also something that Alireza needs to consider?
He's just happy to give up the rook, because after that takes and bishop h3 will be extremely powerful, having the bishop on f5 showing up.
But bishop e3 awarded a question mark, so a missed opportunity for Alireza, or not the best move.
Yeah, the question is now, do you simply bring your rook across, the most natural move in the position, attack the white queen, or is there something even better?
Well, knight e2 is also something to consider.
He's going to play it
now.
He's in with that black knight. It costs white his rook, so exchange up now for black. Still the threat of bringing the rook across, rook g8.
But now maybe bishop h3 anyway, and after rook g8, bishop g5 back.
Nice tactics. Bishop h3, hitting some pieces on this diagonal. White can block the g-file with his own bishop. It's getting sharp, getting complicated. What to do here for Firouzja? He needs to win. I was thinking about like rook f2, just hitting the queen and trying to kind of at least expel her from the white position, but black can just give some checks.
But I think black gives check on d1 specifically, so after king h2, rook g8, and there is, well, queen h3, queen g4, but it seems like white's queen has not enough space.
Your move, Judith, on the board, and a nice point of yours that you will block any rook to g8 with bishop g5.
Yeah, this one getting so sharp right now. Rook g8 is the most natural move, but white will plug that g-file with the bishop. No time to take it, because this rook on pre.
And the thing is that after rook g8, bishop g5, the rook moves away, then bishop g4 can be very unpleasant, and the queen from e2 has to be completely pushed away, and then the white queen can go to f3. So the attack can be very, very dangerous for black.
Yeah.
There can easily be a mating attack if the black queen is pushed away from e2.
It's suddenly happening out of nowhere, this attack from Firouzja. Okay, rook g8, the most natural move on the board, forces Firouzja's hand, bishop g5. And okay, will he simply retreat here? Anish Giri, his rook is under fire. He needs to move it. Nowhere else to go, just step back.
I'm not sure rook e7 will hold the game after bishop g4.
What else? Bishop g4
So there's
now.
a very nice idea. Bishop g4, f takes g5. Takes and g takes f, h4.
Maybe that's important.
I think that's very important.
Bishop takes queen, g takes h4 at the very end. The black rook will win the white queen back. That's a 2-3 move variation, but these players have calculated it, both of them by now. Otherwise, bishop g4 might be a winning tactic for white.
Crazy position, and Anish Giri has less than 2.5 minutes on the clock. Alireza Firouzja, he has much more time. He's starting with an extra 3 minutes. He's on 5 minutes, and the players do get an 1 second increment when they passed move 40.
What else to do? Firouzja's about to lose his dark squared bishop. You have to play a move like bishop g4 or give a check or take black's knight. You have to do something quick.
Yeah, it seems so that white has to react with the bishop on from h3. Check, bishop d7, bishop g4, as you said.
Process of elimination. It's one of these 3 moves, bishop g4, check or take. What do we think he's going to go for?
I think bishop d7 is quite a sensible move, and after g takes f takes g5, bishop g4.
Oh, well, he went for a different move. Bishop on f5 check, king h8.
Maybe the same options available. You either have to take the knight or you have to go back with your bishop. Otherwise, black is simply winning due to the pin on the g-file. Need to do something. Taking the knight eliminates the defender of this f6 pawn, forcing black to at least decide what to do there. Stakes are high, clock is ticking. I think Anish is defended superbly up to this point, I've got to say. Material up as well, draw in hand. How to keep the pressure up. He's burning all his time. He knows this is the critical moment for Firouzja. It's now or never. It's something or nothing in this position for white.
Well, there is an option to play queen h3. What do you think about that?
Oof. Creative, Judith. If pawn takes bishop, then there's a discovered attack on the black king suddenly.
But if you do moves like that, isn't it quite tempting to maybe sacrifice material or even just retreat back the queen h5?
Yeah, queen h5 seems to be quite scary. But, yeah, after queen h5, bishop g4, and then taking on d7 and push h5 maybe.
In these kind of positions, I think the instinct is to keep it simple. So you go for something that gives you maybe a slight advantage, but that's just not massively complicated. And we see Alireza deep in thought. This is a critical moment.
He's spent over 1.5 minutes now on this move. He needs to speed up. Now the clocks are leveling out around 2.5 minutes each. Still slightly more for white here, but I don't see any moves other than simply taking this knight. I like your one, Judith, but yeah, if the black queen can come back to safety, swoop back and defend her king.
But actually, in the move before, I believe bishop g4 was good, because after f takes g5, h takes g5 was an option.
Wow.
Maybe rook g5, queen h4. No, white is not winning, but here also something went wrong for white.
Yeah, it feels that way, just judging by the body language, the clock times. Firouzja doesn't look confident.
And Firouzja actually with less time on the clock than Anish Giri. And he is still thinking. He can't think too long. He still has to make over 11 moves in order to get that 1 second increment. And as we heard, 1 second is hardly enough to even make a move on the board. Okay, he retreats the bishop.
So now the key moment for Anish. Does he have to move his queen? If he moves his queen, she's going to get kicked far, far away. Or does he play a bit flashy here and take this white bishop? We think he can get away with it, Judith.
He definitely takes the bishop.
Oh, no, he's reaching for the queen.
No.
Reached for the queen there, Anish. We thought he could take this bishop and trade
what about
queens.
rook f6? Isn't he putting himself in danger?
Rook takes f6 now. Yeah, looks tempting. If knight takes the white bishop, will give a check to the black king, and that could be deadly, although black can block there, maybe with one of the rooks. Still super complicated, and now it's Firouzja who's down on the clock. 1 minute 20. The black queen is so far away, but maybe it's holding together.
Maybe it's possible, but yeah, what to do with white, right? Rook f6 is an option, but I think bishop f6 is not really, because then black takes and rook g7.
He's taken the knight.
Now which bishop to capture? Anish is reaching for the dark squared bishop. He's going to take on g5. I think.
That must be the move.
It has to be the move, otherwise bishop takes f6 looks like a killer.
He retracted his hand before eventually deciding to go for it. And now the white light squared bishop needs to move, needs to make a decision.
Anish is also under 2 minutes, but Firouzja has only 50 seconds left. So something feels that it went wrong, or he does not see how to create the winning chance.
And black has a big threat of actually taking the pawn on h4.
Yes.
That would win the game.
So many targets on the g-file. Feels like white needs to bring the bishop back to block that line, but still scary for white there.
That's what I believe that he must do, because after that black can go g takes h4, queen h4, but that leads to a perpetual check, it seems. Rook h7, queen f6, rook g7.
And a draw will suit
And
Anish.
look at this. 14 seconds for Alireza, and the clock is ticking down.
He wouldn't even get any increment.
No, and even then, if he manages to make it, it's going to be a 1 second increment. It's not enough.
Rook h7 and game over.
Oh wow, Anish blocks the checks. White can't take the rook. The rook is poisoned. There's a pin on the g-file.
He's going to lose on time, and oh, he resigns instead. And it is Anish Giri who wins the Armageddon match and nets 1.5 points.
Well done to Anish. He held his nerves in a really difficult position there. He broke the streak of losing 3 Armageddons in a row, and he takes that extra half point. Firouzja came close, but no breakthrough in that attack.
He could recover better from the game of the classical.
It did feel like Alireza's position was so dangerous.
It was very dangerous, no doubt about it, but Anish is a great defender also.
Yeah.
And great calculator as well.
And it was definitely the right move, I think, by Anish to kind of get into these complications and force Alireza to actually think. And it was very much unclear. And in the fog, yeah, who can blame anyone for losing track?
Absolutely, it was a very interesting game. And in the beginning, after the opening, it seemed like white is taking over. Like after knight h4, he wanted to go knight f5. And starting from f4, it really got crazy.
Yeah, it's been a crazy day though. Crazy games there. And yeah, these are the scores of the round.
Yes, it certainly has been quite an eventful day. I mean, it started off very quickly with Magnus Carlsen and Mamedyarov agreeing an easy, quick draw, and then fighting it out in Armageddon, entertaining us all in the process. And in other news, Gukesh Well, he's making an inroad into the standings by defeating Tari in their classical encounter to walk away with 3 points. And other key results was Hikaru Nakamura losing to Abdusattorov in the Armageddon, so only getting 1 point. And here are the standings after 8 rounds. Fabiano Caruana, he is at the top with 16 points out of 24. Hikaru Nakamura on 13.5 points out of 24, and look who is close behind, Gukesh with 13 points. So one of those two, Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, they will be crowned Norway Chess winner. That much is clear. Gukesh unfortunately can only perhaps get a share of second place. But it's going to be exciting because take a look at Friday's matchups. It's the final round, and well, it's the encounter we are all waiting for. There in the middle, Hikaru Nakamura takes on Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces. Who will win? It will be everything to play for. Well, we can only find out tomorrow. In other encounters, Gukesh faces off with the black pieces against Wesley So. And did anything else catch your fancy?
Well, obviously, no question about it that for playing for first place, that's the game of tomorrow's day. But at the same time, I'm also extremely curious how Gukesh is going to be handling Wesley So with the black colors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Gukesh was arguably the player of the round today, winning in classical, winning in style today against Tari, but I think we'll be following that game closely. Nakamura, he's got to come to the board ready to fight. He needs the win at all costs tomorrow.
I think our eyes will be glued to that match. I cannot wait for starters. And, well, it's been a surprising day, hasn't it? You know, did we expect Hikaru Nakamura, who's been very dominant in the Armageddon, to lose his game to Abdusattorov, someone who's been struggling?
Well, I think the classical game is always the big question, and that was a pretty balanced game. And in the Armageddon, I think it was already something that Nakamura was not necessarily completely focused. Of course, he wanted to win, that's no question about it. But he drowned very fast. And of course, for Nodirbek, it was something that he wanted to save his image that he's a fighter and he fights until the really very end, and he showed that he can beat the very best.
Yeah, and thank you. And that is all from us today here at Norway Chess, and it sets the stage very nicely for tomorrow's final climactic round. It's going to be awesome. Will it be Fabiano Caruana? Will it be Hikaru Nakamura, who is crowned Norway champion? Well, we will find out. And all that's left for me to say is thank you very much everyone for watching at home, and see you tomorrow, same time, same place.